Good morning, everybody, and welcome to SuperJump. I'm joined here by the one, the only, Popgun.
Yes, we're continuing that bit. How long has that been a thing? I feel like you did that the first time we commentated together, and then have just continued to do it.
Yeah, I forget who I said you were back then.
First it was 9.
Yeah, you were 9.
I think 9 whole grades.
Well, now you're Popgun because you were almost Popgun. Yeah. So, you know, whatever works.
I was a minute late, okay? Cut me some slack.
Never. Absolutely not going to happen. Welcome back, though, to SuperJump 6. We are on our day 2 going into Alpha Bracket, as I'm sure anyone here who watched the amazing sets yesterday found out. I mean, there were some incredible games. And, I mean, like... So a lot of people played that tournament, which was quite long, and then went on to play the Nintendo tournament, which was also quite long. And now they're back here playing more tournament, which I'm sure will also be long.
Yes.
I don't, like, good on you for the stamina. Good on you.
The gamer grind is real.
Truly.
Like, a lot of, like, it's one of those things... When planning for a multiple day tournament, you want to make it long enough where people feel like there's a reason to play on one day and then come back and play another day.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then to play in one day and then instantly go to a new tournament, that takes a level of endurance the scene has not seen recently. Like, well, okay, that's not true. Riptide, you need some crazy endurance.
But lands are different.
For lands, yeah.
Lands are different.
I mean, they're different. But still, like, you do need a crazy amount of endurance for lands. And I think that's one of the things that people aren't used to. And then to get that experience online is also very rare.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's I'm gonna say not too bad. It's not too bad. But I mean, that said, today we're getting into our first game of the day. It's gonna be Duck Motif versus 35 Cot. And we're gonna go right into Splatzone's Ramen.
Yeah, some interesting thing to note about the format of the tournament is we're gonna be playing counter picks basically all day today. So we're always going to see a Splatzone's map round 1, and then the teams are just going to get into the nitty-gritty and start trying to take the opposing team to whatever interesting map mode combination they think is good for them over the course of the tournament.
But no turf war.
No turf war, sadly. Sadly, there isn't any. You got to go play in the Nintendo League for that. Honestly. Dude, commentating turf war's fun. I'll say it. I'll say that controversial opinion. I think turf war's fun. Rainmaker's also fun.
I mean, people keep asking for a battle royale, and I'm just saying, what is battle royale but turf war?
True, it's just turf war. Yeah, turf war, but you have to pick stuff up.
I'll allow it. So moving right into things, we're going to be seeing some comps that are probably going to look a little familiar to anyone who was watching yesterday. Nothing too crazy. Some Frozen Pro action, which I'm really excited to see. Kara was absolutely rocking it yesterday.
Yeah. So an interesting outlier is that pencil on the team of number 35. Ooh. Don't often see the cloud wall pencil, so having that come out here is a very interesting pick, I think. But it makes a lot of sense because it can get really aggressive, especially up into this corner in the street. Yeah. So now they'll just walk up with wall or get absolutely exploded from nowhere.
Or that. I mean, and we did see that rain buff recently, so I think a few more people are trying to give rain a bit more of a chance. I don't know how much the buff actually affects things. I think it just pushes it a little over the edge compared to how it used to be.
It definitely makes it much more usable, especially for a map like this where you really have one lane that teams like to favor. That being said, the 52 gal, which was also just on screen there for a moment, got a huge buff in its fighting potential. So watching it be aggressive and just try to make things happen is going to be, I think, something that will be very exciting over the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Kira coming out with those Frozen Pro, firing off some missiles pretty quick, and beautiful aim on that. That's kind of what we were seeing a lot yesterday from Kira. Just absolutely incredible tracking and aim using that Pro. And I always love to see it because, I mean, I play spray shooters. I don't have to do that.
Yeah. On this retake, the interesting thing is going to be seeing if number 35 is going to just be able to walk in slowly with this cloud, or if they're going to have to start taking some flank paths. People are going down on both sides, but Hammer's probably going to come in here, and which is going to break the fight wide open. Doesn't get a chance.
It does look like the members of Duck Motif did back up to respect that rain a little bit, but they kind of just circled around it using the width of that zone to their advantage. So they weren't really able to take advantage, and with that, I mean, Duck Motif, as long as they maintain control of zone here, probably going to be able to take lead. That said, of course, as soon as I say the word lead, they cap it.
Yeah, Caster's Curse coming in strong and fast. It will always be, and you can never do anything to prevent it. That's really just how it is.
It is. It's my ghost, my haunting. But I mean, that said, things are kind of just pretty back and forth right now. We've kind of held a fairly interrupted zone for a decent time, but the 35 doesn't have that much of a penalty on their clock, and Duck Motif is pushed all the way back in their spawn, 2 down, and 1 respawning pretty much right away with that special gonna come out. But I mean, what really can you do? It's like a 12. That's
yeah. Like, how do you come back from that?
Oh,
the double from the pencil is, I think, it'll lock this game up. Like, if you're Duck Motif, what do you have in the tank left? I don't think there's anything except a double in return. Like, yeah. The fight is getting very messy, and the zone still hasn't flipped. Nobody's focused the zone down from Duck Motif or number 35. Number 35 getting it and locks the game out. right
We
at
did see
the
a
end.
little bit there from Red Shell, which is what I think we really actually needed was Red Shell. While the shooters contested the zone, Red Shell needed to go take out the people contesting that zone, and managed to get past a couple of them, but didn't take them out on the way by. Which, I mean, there was like a perfectly built double there for a Brush, just waiting, like, hey, Brush, come murder us. And unfortunately, Red Shell passed them by to go threaten some other people, and it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing to note is some of the clouds were really well implemented. There was one from the pencil on number 35 where they used it on the enemy snipe instead of the main choke. So what that does is that acts as kind of a funnel.
Yeah.
Because when you're retaking, lateral movement's really important, because if you're forcing all 4 people down a single lane, that's going to be incredibly easy for the other team to stop, right?
Yeah.
So if you can force, as the defending team, if you can force the attacking team into a single choke, then that's going to make your job much easier. So putting the cloud slightly off center gives the other team an encouraged path. They don't have to take it, but my cloud is going to chip away at you, and then you're just going to get one-tapped by either the pen or like a 52 gal or a stamper or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
Like Cloud's very flexible now in that it covers so much area, and so many of the other things that are currently getting played do more than 50 damage.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I mean, and that really makes that buff worthwhile too, because I mean, the buff I'm pretty sure just added extra radius, didn't it?
Yes, yeah. So, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. So, right, it now its paint is smaller for its size because they didn't increase the amount of turf that each pellet, like each rain droplet put down. So its turf is technically smaller, but the extra area you get for damage and healing more than makes up for that, in my opinion. Like, that's one of those, I picked up a 20, but a single fell out of my pocket. Like,
yeah. And I mean, who could have predicted it? Our counter pick is in for the second game, and it is the Popgun special Tower Controlling Blood.
I think it's just the game 2 special. So, like, Popgun coined the term.
Well, that's it. Popgun pointed
give
it
credit
out.
where credit's due.
Yeah. Popgun pointed it out, and that means that it's the Popgun special.
Yeah, but it's the Popgun special for a reason. Like, a lot of teams just feel so comfortable on this map. It's almost like Mako zones, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, my secret thing here is that a lot of people feel comfortable here, and they shouldn't.
Yes.
They shouldn't, because a lot of people are worse at this map than they think they are. And the map is very snowbally. And if you said to somebody, like, it's game 2, let's pick Wahoo World Zones, people are going to be like, what are you doing? And it's the same thing here. You're picking an incredible snowballing map that has some really strong sticking points for really good teams, and they just shouldn't. They just shouldn't.
Well, and I think part of it's a confidence thing, where it's like, if you think you're better than the other team, then this is an incredible pick, right? Because you're just going to be able to steamroll through and, like you said, snowball. But a lot of teams, that confidence is misplaced. But also, let's look at this unique opening from number 35, where they just send 2 people into mid, and the other 2 teammates just decide they don't want to interact. So that's given number 35 a much more stable opening, in that defensively they have a much more turf behind them. But if Duck Motif was more aggressive in the opening, if Duck Motif caught on faster, that could have been catastrophic.
And that's always the trick there, right? Is like throwing only 2 people into zone to make it more stable is great, unless the other team rushes you. So we just needed Red Shell to do what Red Shell's doing literally right now, except not the dying part.
Yeah, that part doesn't help. But no one's really taken initiative in this opening minute. Like, everything's kind of stalled out here in the center. Like, Coolers come out for number 35. Duck Motif is just kind of poking and prodding, and they're getting picks, as we can see at the top of the screen, but no one's pulling the trigger. No one's riding the tower, which is, really important in tower control.
What? No way. What we are seeing, though, from Deck Motif is that kind of aggressive flanks. We saw them twice there, one from Vexen and one from Red Shell. And the Red Shell one didn't quite work out, and Vexen's did, where they're just like, okay, screw this. We're going to take out your front line, we're going to take out your back line, and then the middle is wide open. And I kind of love it. It gives the people in the middle nowhere to back into. It gives the people at the back and the front a lot of pressure. And what it ends up doing in the long term, too, is stalling out the players of 35 that they don't feel comfortable moving up and moving their back lines because they're not safe.
Yeah. So I think something to talk about here is how impressive Red Shell's movement is here in Bats. Like, Red Shell just solo held Bats for a solid 20 seconds for his entire team to respawn. Red Shell was the only person alive and held Bats to keep the push going for Duck Motif. Like, the amount of work that took, like, if number 35, I think there's also a slight misplay there that's, I think it'll lead them to the end of the game here, in that they didn't put in the right amount of resources to keep Red Shell out, right? Yes. If 3 people right up to Bats and they traded 2 for 1, it wouldn't have been great. It wouldn't have been ideal. Yeah. But it would have ended the push. The fact that they let Red Shell stay in Bats, because that's what they did. They chose to leave Red Shell in Bats by not allocating more resources towards his removal. By doing that, they elected to lose the game. And that's one of the things that you talked about in the beginning, was there was confidence there in that a single person could handle Red Shell. And that confidence was misplaced. Yeah. Because they went one, and then another, and then another. And then Red Shell just got 3 free picks, and all of a sudden the push never ended.
Now, to be fair to 35 Caught, who on their team wants to take on a Brush and Bats?
Nobody. But then, if you're going to fight him, you need to fight him as more than one person.
Oh, yeah, but fair.
Like, because their other very, very viable option is to just let Red Shell have Bats.
Yeah.
And then ride the tower away from Red Shell and make his position invalid because it's not influencing the objective. If your position's not influencing the objective as an aggressive flanker, then you're not getting value, right? That's, 1 + 1 = 2. So they could have just walked away and chosen not to engage, but they chose to engage, but also didn't put the resources in that was required to fully clean the engagement up, right? Like, they got their bucket of paint, they got their rollers, they looked at their wall, at their canvas, but they didn't put painter's tape over the electrical outlets. And
everyone knows you have to put painter's tape over the electrical outlets. Like,
that's safety 101. Come on. Am I? Is that okay? Sorry, my bad.
No,
it's the comparisons to something different, I suppose.
Thanks, Home Depot. So moving on, we got our counter pick in Clamplit's Museum d'Alfonsino, and we kind of, and by we I mean I, but also Raze, because from everything I know about Raze, you also do. We appreciate a good Clams map.
I do like Clamplits. I think this is going to favor Duck Motif, honestly. I think their more aggressive play style is going to pay dividends.
We did literally just see Red Shell dance around Bats for like a minute, and I feel like, what is Spinner but Bats?
Spinner but Bats that moves.
So I just feel like you throw a brush up in that area, and things get a little rough.
I agree. I would like to hear the thought process for this counter pick from Caught 35.
I mean, I feel like the thought process is we didn't want to play Rainmaker.
Alright, someone will have to check the rules for me, but I thought there wasn't going to be Rainmaker in Alpha Bracket.
Ooh.
Hold on. All right, I must consult the tomes, the ancient wisdom of the rules.
Your staff, you should just know. Why don't you have this?
I haven't staffed one of these.
Your staff.
For at least a year. I was busy. Where is the ancient wisdom?
Oh, Popgun's in chat. That's the ancient wisdom.
Oh, right? Popgun would totally know. Yeah.
But yeah, getting into this, not a whole lot of changes coming out from deck Motif, and honestly, we're kind of sticking to standard as well. We are going to be seeing a double sword, though. The Splatoon Stamper and the Wiper both coming out on 35 COD, which I'm not sure how I feel. How did someone die? Oh, okay. That's, pen special, I guess.
The one interesting thing for me is they're running red pen and NZAP. So we've elected to run a weapon that, for all intents and purposes, in my personal opinion, was only really, really good at getting cooler and not a ton else, but then we didn't choose a weapon. Like, we could have run anything else there and just elected not to.
Listen, not everyone thinks pen sucks like you do. We know you're a bona fide pen hater. So my guess is that we have a person who wants to play pen for that longer range, and we have a person who plays zap on the same team. Yep. But I mean, honestly, things are kind of weird right now. Duck Motif came rushing in, got 35 caught all the way out, and then 35 caught kind of just reversed that almost right away, which is not easy to do on this map. So Red Shell with the Zipcaster is gonna get 35 caught right back out again. But I mean, are we just gonna reverse it again just as quickly? A minute and a half with no scores isn't super uncommon on this map, but I mean, the way things are shaking out in mid is uncommon.
Yeah, like, both teams seem very stable defensively, but are having a lot of trouble getting in aggressively. Which, again, is kind of weird, because you see Pencils getting onto this top mid spinner quite frequently, but they're never able to find any picks on the front side of the enemy spinner. And that's really what you need, is a lot of pushes are coming to this point right here, where the Stamper is, where Slasher was, and then dying, because getting up that ramp is so hard. We also haven't really seen anyone utilize this front left flank, this box here that was on the screen just for a moment.
We saw Red Shell try.
Yeah. But, like, getting up that box efficiently and effectively is a really key way to break open this defense for basically anyone.
Very true. And I mean, I love to see people use it when they can. It is a little difficult when you're up against weapons like swords. You can kind of just deny that. But I mean, I'd be more worried against a blaster or a bucket. We kind of just don't have those. So Red Gel taking advantage of exactly what you were just talking about. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out for them, and we're back to neutral for Duck Motif and for 35. 35 is going to try to work out their way up this ramp, and they do manage to get in, but I wouldn't call this a stable occupation just yet.
Oh no, yeah. Until you can have someone stand on top of spinner, nothing's ever stable. One thing that Duck Motif is doing really well this game is they're constantly applying pressure. Like, no one on 35 caught ever really feels safe. They're just barely getting by, and you can kind of see by how fast the game is swinging back and forth. Because if 35 caught felt safe, then this game wouldn't be swinging nearly so hard, I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, no, it would absolutely not be swinging that hard, that quickly. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised we were able to get a score there, but it looked like the clans just lined up perfectly and spawned on flat, and just allowed for a quick open. So I was a little worried there for a moment that we were going to get to overtime with no scores and have to see an extra 3 minutes of this back and forth, which would be a treat, but I mean, it just so rarely happens.
It would be a treat, but I think the players would disagree. I think they would fight you.
Correct.
But now Duck Motif has put all of the weight of the game squarely on 35 caught shoulders, and now it's time to see if they're going to rise to the challenge, if they're going to live up to those expectations, or if Duck Motif is just going to hold the initiative of the game until it ends here in 40 or so seconds.
Oh, we did see a very weird jump there come out from the pencil. Unfortunately, going to recoil them right back into the waiting arms of a hammer. And what's moving up over here pretty quickly into this spinner area, just threatening things around. We do have a ball and a decent amount of clams in the wait. I don't think we have quite enough to be able to win the game with just what we're holding right now. And I mean, Red Shell coming in and saying, haha, your team is dead, so it doesn't really matter what you thought you were holding. holding because bye.
Yeah, that's the end of the game. Duck Motif did an incredible job of stalling there. They stalled, they waited for missiles from their Frozen Pro, and then once the Frozen Pro used missile, they pulled the trigger so fast that 35 was caught. There was nothing they could do to stop it. And Duck Motif just flowed through so naturally, so smoothly, that like you can tell that Duck Motif has been playing together for a substantial amount of time and how clean everything was, even when the pressure got high.
Wait, the people in Duck Motif know each other?
I know, that's crazy, right?
I thought they were just a random pickup, honestly.
Just, 4 random people who just decided, let's just get Alpha Bracket and SuperJump. Let's just go play in the Nintendo tournament and do really well.
Yeah, let's just have fun for no reason in particular. We definitely haven't been playing with each other since Splatoon 2. Not relevant.
No, not relevant at all.
No. I mean, we're gonna have to sit here for a little bit longer and wait for another counter pick, but honestly, like, these teams are fairly well matched. It just feels like Duck Motif is a little bit better at getting the momentum they need and being able to stall out just long enough to move things along,
And again, I think that comes from experience. Right? Like, Duck Motif has been playing together for so long. They know how all of their weapons interact with each other. They've been in every wacky, wild situation you could possibly imagine, and then some you couldn't.
Yeah,
right?
Easy.
So when you know how to play in every situation, because your players are playing together, they're playing solo, they're doing what needs to happen, they're doing VOD reviews even, right? That makes a team incredibly hard to catch off guard unless you're playing weapons that aren't also normal. Right? Yeah. So touching on this counter pick for a second, before the last counter pick, I said that Rainmaker might not be in the pool. Didn't end up going. That was an idea that's on the cutting room floor. So they can pick Rainmaker should they desire. However, they have not. So they're going to tower control ship shape.
And I want to talk about how I said tower control Inkblot was incredibly ballsy because a lot more people are a lot more confident on that map than they should be. Tower control ship shape is one that is very snowbally, but everyone knows is a rough pick. So to have a very rough tower control Inkblot and try to pick tower control ship shape, I want to be in that chat right now. I want to know why that happened, because that is not at all what I would have picked.
So I think what it is they don't want to play Rainmaker.
Wow.
They know they can't beat Duck Motif on zones. There's half our picks, and they just lost Clan Blitz. So what does that leave us with? We
A better tower
modes,
map.
and so we have to play tower.
Well, you can pick a better one.
They could try, but they might not feel confident on those.
I guess if you feel confident on ship shape, all power to you.
Yeah. What I'm kind of hoping is I hope we see like an E leader here. That we like the red pen kind of falls away for a second, and we see a E leader whose job is to just commit crimes.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep dreaming on that one. We are, however, gonna be seeing the stickers Octobrush come out with that Kraken, which I think if you're gonna run a Kraken anywhere, this map doesn't really have anything you can fall off of, so
yeah,
definitely run it here.
The problem with running Kraken here, in my opinion, is like it is traditionally used to break open checkpoints and really tough nuts to crack. Right, for positions. There aren't really that many of those here. Like, if you go top left with it, there's grading, so you're gonna fall through the grading, go back to a mediocre best position. All the tower checkpoints are wide open, so you're never gonna be able to force a checkpoint through that you weren't already capturing.
Right.
The only thing you can really do is top right, but if you're breaking through top right, it feels like a winning more almost, Like, you already should have solid control over the game. And
yes. You can also break into left with the Kraken, which honestly, like, breaking into left or right on this map is very powerful because those are the only 2 defensive spots. So you take over one of them, you automatically limited all of the options, and especially early games, you can take over in either direction. Things get a little messy. So honestly, I don't hate the pick. I also don't hate the pick of a hammer. Hammer is always tasty, and especially here.
That was an incredible double, but it wasn't enough. It was not enough. Vexen had a fantastic flank and then is turning that into an incredible push that is promptly shut down by Stamper, and Duck Motif's not really even going to be able to get over the midline. They stopped the push, but 35 caught, ran out of steam when the Stamper went in, got a little too trigger happy, and now Duck Motif, I'm eating my words, is getting first check.
and we'll allow it. Duck Motif doing a great job here on that first check. The whale coming on this left-hand side is going to do a fantastic job as well. A beautiful entry for Vexen allows them right into that back area, and almost control of top right. But, I mean, 2 down on the side of Duck Motif, we're already at second checkpoint, so who cares? Like, really, you kind of just need to touch that second check, and you're, I mean, I won't say safe, but you're pretty set.
Yeah, well, also 35 caught went 3 down on the defense, and all of a sudden their second checkpoint's gone, and Duck Motif is knocking to end the game. So 35 caught, how do they come back from this? What tools do they have that they can utilize? Because we kind of saw that the Stamper got a little overambitious, and then that just pulled the entire thing apart for 35 caught. So does their Stamper slow down? I don't know. They were just down. So, like, I really want the IGL for 35 caught to tell everyone to take a deep breath, slow it down. We can still win this. We just need to get it together and play fundamentally sound.
And I mean, there's still a couple minutes left on the clock. It's not like this is game over. Like, we're not right up against overtime just yet, so we have the time to do that. There we go. So I was like, why did we stop tower? And it was to bait out that Kraken. Easy peasy. Unfortunately, we just kind of stood in front of the Kraken.
That Kraken and then go 3 down. That's not baited. That's the Kraken getting value.
No. We baited out the Kraken and then we stood in front of it and let him kill us, which is interesting strategy. I'm waiting to see how it pans out for them. But I mean, Duck Motif is kind of just back on the front foot yet again with no real problems. I mean, we're not going to be able to get in this left-hand side because the pencil is kind of aware that is a flank route now. But I feel like we're just burning up another minute of any time that was left for 35 clock to get this game back.
Yeah, I want to point out how strong Cloud was on the defense for 35 clock. They threw it, and how big the 12% area buff it got was, right? It covered basically the entire path, and then any of the off angles for the tower. So it forced Duck Motif to either fight in the Cloud or retreat, and Duck Motif chose to fight, and then fighting in Cloud is a very... what's the word I'm looking for here?
Risky endeavor.
Yes. A very risky endeavor, a very challenging thing to do, as was shown with how quickly they repelled the push.
Absolutely. And I mean, they repelled it and have continued repelling here. Like this, we've kind of just been fighting in 35's court this whole time, and we're 3 down yet again. We just keep going 2 and 3 down on either side and not really ceding any ground. So we're just right back to it. And unfortunately, that's gonna be game for Duck Motif.
All right, I'll say it. I think 35 caught should have gone to Rainmaker.
Listen, I'm not gonna say I disagree because I don't. But I think you've just said a cursed thing in this chat.
I have.
We're playing alpha bracket, so.
I have, but there's a reason. So we talked about how much the positioning pendulumed back and forth for both Duck Motif and Caught 35.
Yeah.
What mode rewards that? Rainmaker. As long as you can have possession of the Rainmaker during those pendulum swings back and forth. And Caught 35 wasn't really having trouble stopping the members of Duck Motif.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they were able to get back into good positions very quickly. Right? It could be argued that Duck Motif could have done it faster, but it's a tournament and things can always be weird when you're playing under pressure.
Yeah.
But in Caught 35 couldn't sustain pushes for long periods of time. That's why they had trouble in zones, that's why they had trouble in clams, that's why they had trouble in tower.
Right.
So you need a game mode where you can burst forward, score a lot of points, and then reset. And there's only one game mode that fits that bill.
Tower.
But unfortunately, it's the anathema of all top level players in that Rainmaker. if you play Rainmaker and you can explode forward and get a bunch of points, as long as your team can also control the flanks, which I think Caught 35 could have done.
Yeah, easily.
I think it's a very reasonable thing for their composition to do.
They did a decent job of it just in those games we saw. So, I mean, they are going down to losers bracket, so it's not like it's the end of the day for them so far. So hopefully they take that a little bit to heart, but I mean, we'll have to see, right? Because I feel like there's a chance they just didn't want to play Rainmaker against Noctobrush, which I wouldn't necessarily blame them for.
Yeah, I'm not going to blame them for that either.
But to be fair, I don't want to play anything against Red Shell, so...
Yeah, that's also very true.
You might as well just pick the mode that favors you, because none of them are going to be good.
Yeah, and again, I think, and this is one of the things, as a player, I would have just liked to see them try. Because my big thing, and one thing that I used to get me fairly far in competing, was never do the same thing twice. Because if I do something once and it doesn't work, I get one more chance, maybe, possibly. But then if it doesn't work a second time, then you have to go to a new thing, the next idea, even if it's theoretically worse, even if you're not sure it's going to work, you have to just start trying things and start testing things, right? Because if you don't start trying things, if you don't say, all right, well, we've tested everything else and it didn't work, what's the last thing? What's plan Z? What's the only thing we got left in the tank?
Clash Blaster.
True.
As someone who's coached by Raze, I am very familiar with the strategy. If it didn't work the first time, it might have been execution. If it didn't work the second time, we'll figure it out later, try something else.
Yes. And that's the one thing that I think a lot of players need to incorporate a lot more into their play styles. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons that I personally find zones very boring. Because I find it to be a lot of, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
Oh no, I hit the brick wall. I'm going to run again. Oh no, I hit the brick wall again.
But maybe we could just high Q it and we just need to
we just need to jump over it.
Yeah, we just need to hit harder and break through the wall. I think that'll be fine and fix all of our problems.
Off the mode discussion, I think.
Ignoring the fact that everyone hates Rainmaker, let's take a look at bracket real quick. Let's get a little update on what's been going on. So it looks like we have PXG taking it 3-1 over Healbook. Duck Motif, obviously, 3-1 over 35. Caught is going to have to go on to fight PXG, so we'll see how that goes. Very interesting set. Oro Jackson is currently 0-1 to Gourmet Race, which is a pickup of Shiny and Pika. Call from Alaska, currently 0-2 to ezmd, which is not a team I'm familiar with. Let's grab that roster real quick. Kiki, Silver, Dark, Devon. Okay, so we've got some teams we recognize, some names we recognize. FTWin, clearly 3-0 over Heavy Metal. Blanks 3-1 to Wayfinders. Moonlight taking it 3-1 over Envy, and Frutella 3-0 to Foams. So Moonlight and Frutella are going to be heading it off next. It looks like ezmd just took the 3-0 from a call from Alaska, so we're going to be waiting on them before we go next. We're just waiting on the winner of the set between Gourmet Race and Oro Jackson, who are taking their sweet time.
Yeah. If you also want to look at the bracket, you want to look at the teams, the rosters for any of the matches that are currently going on, go to startgg/SJ6, and it'll give you all the information you need. Even on the brackets that aren't alpha brackets, some of those lower brackets that are going on.
Oh, very exciting stuff down there too.
Yeah, it'll be a good way to keep up with the entirety of the tournament and not just the coverage that's going on here on IPL Splatoon.
And if you can't remember that, there's always the exclamation mark bracket in chat. That always works. And by always, I mean most of the time. And if it doesn't work, we'll get on it.
Always.
If you want to hit exclamation mark donate in chat, we're not running a prize pool, but you can donate some money to me. That's always an option.
True. You can always just give money to whoever you want. It's your money.
Yeah. If you want to do that, like I'm here, I'm vibing. If you want to send me $5, probably American, I got some good conversion rate. I'm just telling you. So if you just want to send me $5, go for it.
Yeah.
I won't complain.
Or if you have money that you want to give out to people once a month, go to Patreon, IPL Splatoon, fund the prize pools for our tournaments,
No.
please.
Raise TOs can't get paid. We can't set a precedent here that they deserve human treatment. We can't.
Those greedy capitalist TOs.
We can't let this happen. Send the $5 to me instead. Raise is too cool for your money. He doesn't want it.
That's not true. I'm not taking money. I'll take money from whoever will give me money.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, definitely keeping an eye on that bracket. For now, I have it pulled up on my second screen because I am rad and fun. It does look like Blanks took it 3-1 to Wayfinders, so they're going to be going on to fight FTWin. And, yeah, so we're really just waiting on the outcome of this set. And because I am a person who knows a lot of people in this community, surprising to everybody, I'm just gonna open stream and see what's going on. Wait, there's no map list. Heck, no. I was like, I have to look at the map list and figure out what game they're on, but that doesn't work here.
Well, and again, that's the double-edged sword that comes with doing counter picks on the entirety of day 2. Because we're running a 2-day event, that means that we can do counter picks because we have more time to do things. We're not trying to force everything into a small 6-hour block. But it also means that, your lovely broadcasters can't go and lurk in chat and go, all right, what game are they on? Because most players are focused on playing the game and they don't have a scoreboard in the corner. Or some like Kyo, I think, has a mod whose sole job is to just answer the people in chat, what's the score? But sadly, not everyone has someone who will do that.
Maybe I should have mod powers. But I do want to point out that Blanks taking out Wayfinders is actually pretty significant. Wayfinders is the Max Zero Muty Dylan team. And they were taken out by Gold A, Hero, Devil, Pancake, Seven Fox, Yushi Forever. So not necessarily names we recognize as being at top of most top 8s, right? So that is a significant upset.
Yeah. Well, and it could be that, they've just been grinding behind the scenes. As a matter of fact, I put money on that's what it is.
I'm putting money on a really inconvenient DC. So if someone can find out for us and then send me $5, that would be great.
I don't know. I feel like DCs haven't been happening that much. I feel like overall things have been mostly stable.
I mean, I can hope.
In terms of online. That's true. You can hope, but I feel like tournaments have been fairly stable recently, or I could just have not been hearing about. That's also a very real, valid option, because
it's very possible.
As much as I would like to say that I know everything, that's just simply not true.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I know.
So, I mean,
for anyone,
I could try, but
it's fair. But don't worry, I am very familiar with you and your eccentricities and your range of knowledge.
All right, am I that eccentric, really? Well, I guess it could be argued that I'm eccentric for liking Rainmaker in this day and age, but
and hating Pen.
That's true. That's true.
So here's how I say you're eccentric. Compared to a normal person, an absolutely regular individual, you're very eccentric. Compared to most of the Splatoon community, you're not eccentric. Your opinions about the meta compared to most people of your level of knowledge, very eccentric. It depends on what context here we're talking about.
Sure.
And I tend to gravitate just towards regular context.
Well, yeah, regular context is generally safer.
Yeah.
Because you can't have everything in the Splatoon context all the time. But speaking of context, we have the context for our next match ready.
I do want to say it was apparently a very close set. It was 3-2 for Oro Jackson. So definitely interested to see if Gourmet Race can make a pretty solid losers run, because 3-2 to Oro Jackson, that's something impressive.
Yeah, I would be more surprised if they didn't. Oro Jackson is one of the strongest teams in this tournament.
Easy. One of the strongest teams in the West.
Yes, so taking them to a Game 5, that sets you up for a phenomenal losers run. Because also, if you face a stronger team earlier on, you're generally going to face weaker teams in losers because A, they also lost their matches, but B, you're because you're coming from the strong side of bracket, you're going to end up in that weaker side.
I mean,
because
also
you're gonna be facing the other like 11, 13,
yeah,
17 seeds, right?
yeah. That I want to say that's also they're coming into it like really amped up, you know? Like you don't leave a 3-2 set to Oro Jackson like
Not hype.
Yeah, you're leaving that high energy and maybe a little angry. So you're gonna be going down to losers bracket and you want to prove yourself. So
You
I'm
have a chip on your shoulder now, a score
yeah,
set.
oh yeah, easy. So I'm not surprised if I'm not going to be surprised if they go on to have a crazy run in losers. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Moving on though, I mean, Oro Jackson ezmd is going to be, I mean, hopefully a good set. ezmd are players that we're sort of familiar with, but I mean, Oro Jackson, like that's classic,
Yeah.
right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, just hear me out. Like, it's hard.
That this is a David versus Goliath.
I mean, no, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like you see Oro Jackson, and when we set up predictions for this match, most of the money's gonna be on Oro Jackson, just because.
Oh, for sure.
It's Oro Jackson. So, I'm just saying. Predictions are up, by the way. So go on ahead and put all of your money there. So I'm gonna go ahead and put 50,000 on Oro Jackson.
See,
and done.
And see, there's the difference between you and me. You put 50,000 on Oro Jackson because that's the safe bet. I put like 50 on ezmd to play the odds.
Oh yeah, but see, what happened was no one else had put their predictions in yet, so I go for the easy money. But if other people had put their money in on Oro Jackson, I would have put probably 10K on ezmd. Just to give a prize pool to the people who do Oro Jackson. That's normally where my money goes.
Get some points when they win.
Yeah. So I mean, it just is how it is. So people can get a little bit of money. But yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
It always is what it is. But this match is going to be exciting.
Oh
right?
Yeah, easy.
It's like watching Oro Jackson play is always a pleasure because they're so good. They're one of the top 4 teams. I would say they're probably going to end up in grand finals. So we're going to watch very buttoned up Splatoon. Well, I say that they could be playing fast and loose because it's still early in the bracket. Yeah. But I mean, they are one of the top teams, and they're one of the top teams for a reason. So it's always a treat to see them play because I find we're mostly plugged into the NA scene because we are North American. It just is how it is. There is a time difference, and we don't know the European events as well. So as a result, we don't get to see a lot of those European teams play as much until we get to these majors, right? So I'm always excited when I get to see them because it's a level of competitive and a style of competitive that I just don't get to see as often. And they are so good. They are such high caliber that I need, this is good studying is what I'm saying. I need this. So now I can go, watch Nintendo events and be like, why isn't Duckwitz Youth playing like Oro Jackson? Mm-hmm. Well, and it's always also fun too seeing international teams because most major regions develop their own flavor of the meta, their own dialect, I guess. Yeah. Where the broad strokes are still the same, but that fourth weapon you put in a comp is going to be different. It's Japan is going to use something different than North America. North America's going to use something different than Europe.
Until a month from now, and then everyone's going to do what Japan was doing. But
yeah, because they're all going to look at Japan and go, "Wait a second, that's really smart. Why didn't we think about that?"
Yeah.
Or
we definitely get that flavor with Oro as well. They come in and they play or they run something slightly different than what everyone else is doing because their own communities are running certain things that favor different metas. So yeah, it's always really neat to see.
Well, and that even gets into something else that's really fun, which is tournament metas. Yeah. Right. That's not as much a problem for online events as for something like in-person events even for bigger games. Yeah. But each individual tournament can have its own meta where someone can just be really feeling 52 Gal Deco for a pick. and just say, you know what, I'm farming with this weapon today for some reason, whatever that reason is. And so they just start playing it in every game, and all of a sudden, someone else is doing it now. And as the matches happen and that news kind of goes and finds its wings, so to speak, all of a sudden now someone has just created the new best weapon in the game because they had an incredible tournament run.
Yeah, easy. And I mean, I feel like that happened quite a lot across the years. I mean, one of the most notable ones is anytime that Arashi was on LAN and went crazy with Hammer, and then everyone was like, oh my god, Hammer is so good.
Yeah.
So
I think that's the most notable example.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I mean also anytime Len gets on, I find like anytime, I mean nowadays S-Blast is popular anyway, but before the S-Blast meta, I feel like anytime Len got on stream doing really, really well, people were like, oh, Blaster is really good. And then they'd go play it themselves and be like, I hate this.
Yeah, Blaster's really hard.
Yeah, it is really good. They're not wrong. It's also just really hard. So I mean, getting into things, we are going to be seeing Kit Kat today instead of Volty, as I read in chat, which is illegal. Volty's just not able to play today, so we're going to be seeing no Carbon gameplay, which I think does change the dynamic of Oro Jackson a decent.
Yeah, but with Permano on the decav, I don't think it changes it substantially. The only thing that really changes is how fast this opening fight is going, and ezmd getting 3 down on Oro Jackson basically instantly.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that's really worth talking about that ezmd is running is that E-Leader.
Yes, I mentioned how I wanted to see it in the last set, and the reason exactly that right there. E-Leader is so good. If it can consistently find the pencil on Oro Jackson, it will put ezmd at such a significant advantage, because pencil adds so much tempo to a team with Cooler that if you can hamstring it, then it just, the rest of the composition that's built around that tempo from the pen just falls apart. You know, when you have Silver absolutely going ham, slashing people in half, left, right, and center, E-Leader will never find its chance to shine, and I'm sure they're perfectly okay with that.
Absolutely. I mean, Silver is going absolutely wild. Some beautiful shots there, some redirections, some just threat. And that's what we're also seeing from the E-Leader, is just threatening gameplay that is keeping Oro Jackson in positions that's easier for people like Silver to come in and demolish. And I do want to talk about how that was a 100-0 game on Oro Jackson. What is going on?
It was a thrashing. It was a thrashing.
Hello?
It's hard to even talk about that game, other than ezmd just said, this is our map now.
ezmd just said no.
Yeah, no, we came in here assuming that Oro Jackson was the Goliath. Based on that game, Oro Jackson might be the David.
No, we just have double Goliath. But no, Oro Jackson is Goliath. And then they turned around and there was a bigger Goliath standing behind them, and they were like, oop. We thought we were watching David and Goliath. We're actually watching Goliath and double Goliath.
We're actually watching Godzilla versus King Kong.
Mothra and Godzilla. We thought it was going to be humans against Oro Jackson. It's not.
That's really exciting.
It is.
Want to point out that E-Leader just absolutely thrashed. Right? New word of the day for me, for some reason.
I don't know. Sometimes it clicks.
Yeah. But that was so exciting.
Truly.
I want Oro Jackson to find their footing so we can keep watching more of that.
Yeah, and I feel like that could have just been an explosive out of the gates game that is a little wild and coming out of nowhere. And Oro Jackson was just like, oh my god, because that can happen easily with Mako, not Mako, Mahi, the other Ma map. So Mahi, I think it's the second of 3 Ma maps. So Mahi coming in there at like can snowball pretty easily. Like you have a couple fumbles on your retakes, easily it's a 100-0. So now I'm wondering if that's a fluke, like is that a map thing? Is that just like an out of the gates weird matchup thing? Yeah. Are we going to get into a game 2 that's a little bit more even paced?
Something to point out about the Mahi game, Oro Jackson, their retake was very sloppy.
Yes.
So
Well,
they kept. There's the area when the water drops and the box to the if you're attacking to the right of zone,
yeah, the
it
floodplain
comes up. Mm-hmm, yeah. If you drop a bunch of players in there, I call it a death trap because that's what it is. If you drop a bunch of players in there, the defending team has two really good angles that are separated by at least 90 degrees. Rainmaker! Sorry, I just had to derail my thought for a second. And on both of their pushes, Oro Jackson dropped two people into that death trap, and Silver just said, "Oh, yes, please."
Yeah.
And everything disappeared. The push disappeared, the players disappeared, everything disappeared. Yeah. So, like, when you're making that kind of fundamental mistake on Mahi, it's really not that unexpected to just get obliterated.
Yeah. And I mean, that makes sense.
What doesn't make sense to me, I'm a fan. I like Rainmaker. This counter pick doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Oro Jackson just got absolutely mollywopped. So now they're going to another game mode where the potential to get out-tempoed is insane.
So I feel
it has to be a counter pick for the leader, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like I feel like they were hoping to force the leader off of leader, and instead we just went to Kraken. So it didn't quite work out for them, but I feel like that was part of the strategy at least. Like we do see Permano on the left-hand side here, was up trying to tease that leader, is going to get caught into a fight with Seb and have to back out to try to help some teammates, but I feel like that has to be the decision.
Yeah. So Permano gets one, puts the bubble down. No one's been able to touch the Rainmaker, though. I'm kind of disappointed that none of the anchors haven't tried to weasel their way forward and start pushing the Rainmaker or threatening to push the Rainmaker forward. We've been dancing in the middle of the map for about a minute. Both teams have gone down and up and all around, but the Rainmaker is in solitary confinement surrounded by players.
Yeah, I feel like there's just a few too many swords in mid for anyone to feel comfortable picking it up, which I get. It does look like we're seeing ezmd losing a little bit of control of that mid area. But I mean, at this point, it's so back and forth so quick, just like that it's hard to say who has any control. And now we, of course, can. But, I mean, we pick up that Rainmaker, immediately go down, so...
Cracking here to force through the checkpoint, just zone everyone off. It's probably not going to work. Ooh. Gets two. Incredible play there. Rainmaker still hasn't been able to find its way forward because there was one single flanker. 4K, though, not quite living up to his name, only getting 3, but, you know, still good enough in my humble opinion.
I feel like what we did see there with the Kraken was everyone forced out into mid and then scattered to the defense, right? So while we didn't get that good of a push here, we do have 3 members down, we only got to 37. I feel like that Kraken was actually a good play, we just needed the Rainmaker to move a little more quickly.
Yeah, and you say only 37, and while that might be the case for Humpback, 37 also isn't a number to scoff at because, as we just witnessed, defending on this map can be quite easy, especially with dedicated anchors who can play high ground and hold that choke in elbow.
Sure, but we have a Crab and a Kraken to contest against, so the defense on this map is a little cooked.
Yeah, I mean, again, well, that just goes to show how fast ezmd and how well they did at pushing. That they broke through the defensive tools of Oro Jackson. I don't want to say like it was nothing because it wasn't, but they broke through the grab take, they broke through the pen, they broke through the decav, and, well, they've also ended this push by only losing the checkpoint if they pick up the Rainmaker. If they pick up the Rainmaker, this push is done for Oro Jackson. If they choose to leave it open, then the push can continue. And again, this is one of the things I don't like watching about top-level Rainmaker play, at least in this context, is that they leave the Rainmaker lying around too much, and aggressive Rainmaker players can very easily manipulate that and abuse that, in that if Oro Jackson picked up the Rainmaker, it wouldn't have reset to mid, and they would have been able to keep their push going, but they elected not to, and I think that's a mistake, personally.
So, Rayz, are you saying that top level Splatoon hates Rainmaker because they don't play it aggressively enough?
Yes.
Excellent. So if someone could clip that and put it on Blue Sky for me, that would be great. At some top players for me. I just think a little bit of drama on the Sunday would be really fun. We're getting over into this right-hand side, just kind of stalling things out for a little bit, and I don't blame them. We don't really need to move the Rainmaker too far. There's only a minute left in the game. If we can stall out on this right-hand side for as long as possible, either until an opening appears or until we have to move forward, we kind of get into this situation. Cody there having to drop out in mid, forced out there by everything that was going on, provided an opening to get a few more points. And all of the players of Oro Jackson coming in on this right-hand side, it looks like they favor this quick right-hand push.
Yeah, and I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It's safe, relatively speaking, in comparison to going through mid. And the mid options aren't really that good on this map, because you have to get really close to where the enemy can drop down, but on this far right side, it's, again, relatively safe, all things considered, until the Kraken just dives out of bunker and says, I'm gonna try and commit a crime now. Granted, they don't quite do it, but it's the E-leader, so they'll probably have a beacon to jump back to and they'll get out fairly safely, but if you actually go to the overhead, no, the E-leader is just behind. The E-leader is flanking right now, currently. And with everything out of position, I think Oro Jackson gets lead here. I think they win the game in overtime.
Yeah, honestly, for a little bit there, I was kind of liking the E-leader being behind. That's a funny thing to do. But
not funny
when
enough.
The rest of your team goes down and you have no one standing in front of the Rainmaker anymore. Yeah. But, I mean, so as we were talking about before that match started, whether or not it was going to be a one-off or if it was going to be more back and forth. We definitely saw them more back and forth, but I would definitely say that still ezmd was in the dominant side of that game for most of it.
I agree. I think, well, and again, I think that ezmd could have won the game in overtime because they had specials to stall out, but the 4K went for a risk in flanking, and it's a leader. They needed to get one shot. They had one opportunity to cue the song, but they didn't make it work. So Oro Jackson knows that the E-leader's flanking because of Kraken, so they know that the front is weak. And again, this is one of the things where in Rainmaker, you can very quickly, very easily push forward off positional errors from the other team. As a matter of fact, I would say that's one of the best reasons to push. So Oro Jackson, with the information that there's only 3 people in front of us, just started pushing. They just said, you know, we can do this. You know, just do it.
Yeah. I feel like the Kraken coming out from 4K. Yeah, and the Kraken from 4K, I really feel like had to get that pick on the Rainmaker. They ended up not being able to, and I feel like once they were unable to, they needed to jump back. Because a E-leader from behind is funny, but an E-leader from the front is threatening.
Yes. What I would have really liked to see is the E-leader can stay on the flank, but it's to drop 2 beacons and then jump away.
Yeah,
so that way, when overtime begins, the E-leader is in the prime front position.
Yeah.
And then you have a flanker who can jump in, because then Oro Jackson would have to deal with it.
Yes, and that's what I was thinking. Either the beacon or even just a swap of players. Like we have the E-leader jump back to spawn, and one of the swords say jump out to the E-leader's position. So just a swapping of positions, so you have a stronger player on that back end. I think would have been really rad. You know, because you got the E-leader into a funny position for someone else. Because the E-leader can have a lot of impact there if we haven't broken first check yet. But without that first checkpoint, all they have to do is get around a wall, right? So throw someone else back
now. Now onto game 3, Tower Control, Hagglefish Market. E-leader still a good pick here. I think arguably better than Humpback Rainmaker. So Oro Jackson and ezmd, the S-Blast coming out for the first time on day 2. I really like ezmd's comp here. I favor them to win this game, personally.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm kind of digging it. I kind of love the Kiki Haunt S-Blast, I'm just gonna say, is kind of rad. That's a Oro Jackson kind of just burst into mid, got a couple down, made the others jump out, and stormed spawn. Like, we're 30 seconds into this game, we're already clearing first checkpoint and in the opponent's spawn.
Yeah, S-Blast hopefully starting to come alive here. Gets one, and now it's on flat. Not going to be enough to save first checkpoint, but second is still very workable. That being said, Crab Tank comes out for Oro Jackson. They don't really have anything else to keep it going, though. They don't have any other specials, so S-Blast can just pop Booyah here if they really want and stop it in its tracks, but somehow, someway, ezmd went 3 down, so never mind. Oro Jackson is just going to continue pushing. We saw a lot of dominance in Game 1 for ezmd, but here in Game 3, Oro Jackson controls everything.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing kind of just feels like a little bit of a meltdown. We've gone 3 down 5 times in a row. That way just 100-0 to tower push, of all things, on a map that's good for E-Leader. And
yeah, on a map that's good for S-Blast too.
And that too, yeah. It just feels like ezmd just got into a hard stagger and couldn't recover.
Yeah, like they never properly took the time to, like I mentioned earlier on in the tournament, they never had their IGL say, all right, take a deep breath, guys. We can still win this. We can still do it. It just, like, Oro Jackson started and then never stopped. And ezmd didn't stop either.
Yeah.
They didn't
like, we kind of just
breath.
needed them to pause and say, okay, first check is gone. Leave it. Let's focus on stopping second check. Yeah. But let's focus on stopping second. Let's focus on stopping third. Like, we need to drop that and clear plat, because first checkpoint was never going to be savable. Not with what the resources they had, not with Toadie already in, and Promano both already in their spawn. They needed to clear their spawn, allow a stable standing position for the rest of their teammates, and allow things to move forward. But we just got into a little bit of a meltdown, you know? Just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah. Last game, we called out the E-Leaders mispositioning. I think this time I'm going to have to crown ezmd's biggest loser to be the S-Blast. They had Booyah. They were in a defensive position, but they chose to fight with their main weapon. And normally, I am a fan. Lily can attest to this. I love using main weapons. Main weapons are great. But in a tower control game, you have the button that just says, push over. Push, stopped, done, checkpoint, still ours. And they elected to not use it.
I'm still laughing about ezmd's biggest loser. Like, you didn't have to do it to him. Raze, you didn't have to do it to them. They know.
Don't worry. If Oro Jackson does it, we'll elect Oro Jackson biggest loser. But,
sure. Okay.
I won't play favorites. These hands are rated E for everyone. You good? You okay, Lily?
I mean, these hands are rated E for everyone is also just really good.
It's a classic.
You know.
Oh no, the headset's off. All right, the counter pick is back to Rainmaker. Let's go.
We do love that.
These teams are scared of Rainmaker. That being said, ezmd picked it, so they knew they were in control for that entire humpback game. That one thing slipped and got away from them, and they want to rectify that. They want to show off their Rainmaker skill.
I mean, I don't blame them because that last match was rough.
Yes.
So and the Rainmaker game was pretty good. It was still, not great, but it was pretty good. So I don't blame them for wanting to go back to it real quick. We got Kiki back on that bucket off the S-Blast, which I don't hate, especially here. And I mean, Kiki's been doing pretty good on the buckets anyways. I don't really want to criticize that at all.
Yeah, Promano in spinner getting one. Oro Jackson tried to dive forward, ended up not really coming to fruition. That being said, ezmd also can't move forward. It was enough from Oro Jackson that, ezmd might have been able to hold, but they weren't able to retaliate. And, in Rainmaker, that's really all you can hope for.
Truthfully, yes. And we're seeing Kit Kat getting just bombarded with thing after thing, and I kind of love to see it. Like, that's kind of what you need to move a pencil at. You can't just let them back up to a new position. You gotta keep going. A Kiki Shark here on this platform here is gonna give, I mean, a good threatening position. That crab is going to struggle a little bit, and the sword as well. I'm kind of just loving this dip and dodge around all these corners and spinner. Like, this is how you play spinner as aggro. This is
Yeah, Kiki did an absolutely incredible job holding spinner there, and it was enough to allow the Rainmaker to outlast the grab tank from Oreo Jackson and then end up getting the first checkpoint. Now the ball is in Oreo Jackson's court and they need to retaliate, but with 2 players going down, Permano in mid, Permano going down, ezmd has the map wide open. They just need someone to grab it, and they were slow on that grab. The window was wide open. It was so free, and then they had to end up using more resources because they weren't quick enough. There was a miscommunication, something broke down, and they only pushed to 23 instead of, honestly, they probably could have KO'd there if they just picked up quickly.
Sure thing, but the 23 is not bad. On this map, getting past that second pillow is usually all you really need to get a decent push here that's defensible. So pushing to 23, I'll give it to him. 2.5 minutes left in the game, that's easily defensible. As long as we don't run into a situation like the last game where we have a member of the team caught out in a place that's difficult.
What I will say is that I gave ezmd a bunch of slack there, but Oreo Jackson deserves more because of how they played that defense. Watching the 52 slowly slide off the side of the Rainmaker was very comedic.
It absolutely is. And I'm loving the Krakens coming out of 4K. Like,
yes.
They're so aggressive, and they get in and out in aggressive ways, in ways that are good, and I find like some Kraken players feel like they have to get in and then they have to return to starting position. But instead what we're seeing from 4K is them getting into good positions for them. Not necessarily the starting one, just a good secondary position.
Yeah. This Rainmaker carry by 4K, also incredible, going from their own spinner to not just the enemy spinner, but to 21. They got like 6 points off that push. And I really, really love to see that. Because something that I think anchor players can be scared of is that they can be scared of just pushing forward with the Rainmaker, and because they don't want to die. That's just, if you're an anchor player, that's something that's been repeatedly pushed into you. Do not die, do not go down. Your job is to anchor, it's to stay alive, it's to be a foundation. But when you play the Rainmaker, you need to flip that on your head.
Yeah, Rainmaker just cannot play that way.
Yes, and 4K was absolutely not stuck in that mindset, and I'm hoping that someone from Oreo Jackson will adopt a similar mindset here momentarily, because with a player going down for ezmd, Oreo Jackson has initiative over this game, 2 going down. Now they just need the Rainmaker.
We need the Rainmaker, which, you know, an E-leader is preventing in time for their teammates to respawn. But we're also only seeing 1 player from Oreo Jackson on that left-hand side. I mean, 2 now, but it took them a little longer. I feel like they were all down, probably. But it took them a little longer than I would have liked for them to get there. And they still have to get checkpoints. And now we have 30 seconds left on the clock. We have to get into good positions and stop this Rainmaker from pushing. But yeah, E-leader still has Kraken. Here it comes. Like, you can't push when it has Kraken.
Yeah. But what I think it is from Oreo Jackson is I think they have a designated Rainmaker carrier. Okay, if they died to tap shot right there, I was going to fall off. But I think Oreo Jackson is a designated Rainmaker carrier, and if that carrier is not the one picking up, no one else in the team will. And I think that's a huge. What's the polite way to say this? I think that's a huge mistake, a huge misplay, because Rainmaker is a fluid mode. You cannot have a single designated carrier, because that designated carrier will let opportunities slip by because they're not in position, and that's okay.
Yeah,
so there needs to be a hierarchy here.
Yes, and you can have a primary.
I don't think Oreo Jackson had that hierarchy.
No. Yes, a primary Rainmaker carrier is very different from a dedicated Rainmaker carrier, and I think that's the mistake that a lot of teams make. Just you have one who wants to pick it up most of the time, but everyone needs to be prepared to touch that Rainmaker at any given time.
Yes. Yeah. Even your frontliners, especially your frontliners.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the things that having the custom E-leader
Yeah.
For ezmd, that allowed their team so much flexibility in who's picking up the Rainmaker, because you can just jump back into Beacon if you die with Rainmaker.
Yeah.
You can run forward, get as many points as you can, go down, and as long as the rest of your team is safe, the push can continue going. And that's something that Oro Jackson doesn't really have the luxury of.
Yeah.
They don't have the luxury of going super far, and just going down and then restarting, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of going really far, we're in game 5. This set has gone all the way.
It has, and I'm really interested to see what happens next, because we've seen, I'm kind of like, Oro Jackson is a top level team, and top level teams almost always
Yes.
counterpick zones, just because zones is comfortable for them. But the only zones mode the only zones map we saw was rough for Oro Jackson. So are we going to chalk that up to nothing and pick zones again? Because I feel like that's what we're gonna do, right?
Well, so Oro Jackson is probably gonna look at the map list and go, okay, this E-Leader has been a problem. We know it's a problem. That's why we're here. What is the worst E-Leader map we can possibly pick? And
Ooh.
they actually won that counter pick in Humpback Rainmaker. But the problem is they still almost lost.
Yes.
Oro Jackson still almost lost. So how does Oro Jackson neutralize this E-Leader? And then can you neutralize the E-Leader without losing to the rest of the team?
Yeah.
Because that's really the balancing act here that ezmd has been doing an impeccable job of. Clam Blitz is a fantastic decision. I think this is honestly Oro Jackson's, probably one of the best picks they could have made.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't expecting it though. I don't think I've ever seen a top team pick Clam Blitz if they didn't have to.
Well, okay. So if we look at this for a little longer, Oro Jackson won Rainmaker and won Tower Control.
Yeah.
Right? So they can't go back to those modes. They
Yeah.
got, like we said, they got obliterated on zones. That's scary. That's really scary.
Yeah.
And also consider the maps for zones are, because zones is a stationary objective, it's generally better for E-Leader.
Yeah.
Clam Blitz, a very fluid mode in that it's very mobile. Things can just happen and you can flow around the E-Leader very easily. And then Scorch Gorge, while the middle of the map is very open, the E-Leader can find some value. There's also a really huge piece of cover in the middle of the map, and then when you're scoring, there's also large pieces of cover and ledges you can get next to that the leader can't shoot down on without risking themselves. So this pick for Oro Jackson has, I think, very much set themselves up for success.
I'm interested to see what happens, because I mean, none of these maps has been easy for Oro Jackson except for the tower control. That was their fluke. If ezmd had a fluke on zones, Oro Jackson had one on TC. So the Rainmaker games that play a little bit closer to how Clam Blitz does have been a little bit more competitive, contented.
Yes.
Contented.
Yes.
And yeah, English is hard. So I'm really interested to see what we pull out here. There's not a whole lot of comp changes, which I wasn't really expecting at this stage. But
it's game 5. You're not really changing anything. That being said, I don't like the Oro Jackson rollout. I'm gonna say it. They didn't paint in front of their basket at all. So if this first fight goes poorly for them, and they're all grouped up too. So if this first fight goes poorly for Oro Jackson, things might just snowball out of control. And that already happened once in game 1. We're not protecting it in game 5.
They just don't have anywhere to back up to. I don't like it. It looks like someone has gone in there afterwards and pumped it out a little bit. It should be okay, but man, ezmd is moving quicker than I thought they would.
Crab tank coming out from the side of Oro Jackson to slow the push down, though. ezmd going to be unable to find anything with their opening pushes, and now map control has swung back where ezmd is... The Kraken. Oh my god. Sorry, the Kraken just had me completely aghast.
Yeah, I was frozen. All right, so 4K proving that Kraken, the K in 4K does stand for Kraken, yet again, and things are going fine. They have quite the clam control. I mean, quite a few clams here in mid spawning up for the teammates, and 4K with that football, unfortunately lost in a little bit of a duel with the pencil. I would love to see them give up the gun and move a little forward. That should have been a death to a splat bomb. I agree. So mad.
Get very lucky.
But we throw that down. We throw another Kraken out. Silver is going to get that open. And I mean, we've got a few clans online for the members of EZMD, but not a ton, really. So it's going to come down to how many are in mid.
Getting it down to 65, getting it down to 59 is very good. Something I want to point out about this push, though, for EZMD is 4K just went in, and then the front line for the incredible flip slash just went in and opened up a lot of space. They used the Kraken as a battering ram, as a tool to open the door, and then once the door was open, everyone else walked through it. That's something that a lot of Kraken players don't really do. They think they themselves need to get the value, but Oro Jackson here now sitting in their own spawn, numbers trading back and forth evenly, but Oro Jackson really needs to get into mid here and displace people or get these clams, get the clam economy under control. Because right now, they're just not having a fun.
Yeah, they're truly just having the hardest time even regaining control of this left-hand side. I feel like, I mean, Toady going in here now, just what to say, I feel like we need a right-hand side flanker, and that works out for Toady, who gets sniped mid-air by 4K. But this does mean we have a disruptor in mid. We pushed all the members of EZMD pretty much back to their own side of mid, we had. I mean, so that is what needed to happen, and it just didn't go well, you know? Then that just happens.
Oro Jackson's panicking.
Yes.
I'm gonna say it. Oro Jackson's panicking. Both Promano and Toady got lost in the sauce, so to speak. Toady went too deep in on that last push, and it opened the door for the penalty of EZMD to go down. And now they haven't solidified their mid control. Oro Jackson is getting ahead of themselves. They are all grouped up in pillow with no turf. As soon as EZMD gets a special, this push ends, and they don't have the mid control to keep this going, I think Oro Jackson might just fizzle out here.
And honestly, I feel like that's going to be the case. We do have another football online, which is going to give them the lead, and a little bit more on top of that, but we essentially wiped for it. So, I mean, what we get a football in ties us for EZMD. One claim on top of that takes lead again. So, they've gotten the lead, but is it safe with how EZMD has been playing so far? Yeah.
EZMD is already back. They're already back. They're here. They have what they need. There's just this person in mid who they get 3 down, and with specials coming online for EZMD, if they just put the clam in the basket, they would have been fine. But wanting to fight that person instead, Promano getting a huge amount of value there. This Bugai's gonna get shredded. It's not touching the ground again. Hitting one is incredibly lucky for them.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, that ball is dead. That ball is done, that push is done. We've got to do it again. And EZMD has proven they can, and they can incredibly quickly. So, they just need to make a ball and get things done. It looks like we have some team members passing clams back to our E-leader to try to build that ball. We do have a decent amount of time, but, I mean, we need those clams.
Yeah,
we still need one more.
EZMD has everything else. All they need is clams. That being said, Oro Jackson, Promano bubbling to get to someone going down. The game ends. Oro Jackson taken all the way to a game 5, building the power to end the game. It was close. It was
just a flub on that last push from EZMD, where they just needed to not fight that sword and go in and let our sword take care of it. You know.
I think the power needed to get put in to open the basket to force something else.
Yeah.
Not to say the sword didn't need to get fought. It absolutely did need to get fought.
But what you do is
our order of operation got a little wacky there.
Yeah. You put the clam in the basket, you open the basket, and that at the very least sets you up to get that lead position. And what you do is your sword is right behind you. So when their Stamper turns to fight you opening the basket, your Stamper comes in behind them and kills them. So we just felt like we had to get them down before we could approach. We just needed to follow up on that Booyah and go for it. So just a little flub there on the order of operations, and they would have been able to take that easy. So honestly, really looking forward to seeing how EZMD, like if they pull back around, we see them in the later sets and losers. I feel like that would be really rad. They are going to have to go down and fight either Wayfinders or Heavy Metal. It's looking probably like Wayfinders. So that'll be interesting to see how that pulls out. But, I mean, a few sets here have wrapped up pretty quickly. Duck Motif knocked down to losers bracket by PXG. Nothing too surprising there. PXG is our #1 seed. But still, Impressive
something,
nonetheless.
Something I want to point out, Oro Jackson has had 2 Game 5s.
Yes.
In their first 2 rounds. Oro Jackson has been pushed all of the way in both of their opening sets. So now my question for Oro Jackson is, are you guys going to run out of steam? You would use a lot of energy.
Right.
You're not like FTWin or Moonlight, who got 2 simple like 3-1s or 3-0s, didn't really probably use all that much in terms of effort. But no, Oro Jackson had 2 incredibly challenging matches in the opening of their tournament. So,
and I mean, their next match is PXG, which is Gray, Goss, you, and Jay Sushi. So that's not going to be an easy set. That is our number 1 seed. So they're going to have probably another really difficult set ahead of them. And can they have the stamina? Can they maintain the momentum through, even
Oro
if they get
Jackson.
knocked down to losers? So
yeah, Oro Jackson is doing their best Sisyphus impression.
yes.
They're just pushing and pushing and pushing, and the boulder, it will fall down eventually, but will they be able to push it back up again after it falls? But
and our next set we're going to be looking at is FTWin versus Moonlight. Before we get to that, I just want to tap in real quick, let you know that in 35 Cot got knocked out 0-2 by Heelbook and losers, so they're out of the tournament for now. Gourmet Race knocked out 0-2 by Call from Alaska. Heavy Metal knocked out 0-2 by Wayfinders, and Foams 51 is out by Envy. Envy now has also knocked out Duck Motif. So, Duck Motif knocked out by Envy. The players on that team are Cappy, Teeny Tickle, Sky, Hayden. So, not the roster I would expect Duck Motif to go down to.
So that does feel like an upset.
Right? Definitely have my eyes on that. And beyond that, we do also have Moonlight knocking Frutella down to losers 3-1. And FTWin knocked Blanks down 3-1 as well. So FTWin and Moonlight coming into this both off of a 3-1 set. I'm interested to see what happens.
I'm very excited. This is a storied matchup, you know? Two teams who everyone's very familiar with. FTWin, obviously, the dominant number 1 team for so long, and then the up-and-comers, the just looking for the good, the big wins in Moonlight. Will today be the day, I think, is the question.
I mean, things so far have been a little wacky wild. Like, Duck Motif out in losers round 2 is kind of unusual. So I will definitely say that this is there's some unexpected stuff in this event so far, and I would not be surprised at all if at the very least this goes to a game 5. So I think that, like, one of the things Moonlight has always run up to against FTWin is that FTWin's knowledge, like, Moonlight has a game style. They have a style of play that they go for. So they can be practiced against without having to practice against them.
Yes.
Which is hard for them to know that, like, people are just going to know kind of what they're doing. It's going to come down to their strategies working, not necessarily their mechanics working. Whereas FTWin plays typically more traditional weapons, and it comes down to their mechanics up against the strategies of Moonlight. And so far, FTWin's mechanics have come out on top of that fight.
Yeah, well, and also to note, when you are a team who has a specific style, you need to face people who maybe not don't know how to face up against that style, but who aren't as well practiced. FTWin, like I mentioned, Kyo has probably been, probably is the winningest player of all time. Like, there might be a couple of other players who come close, but Kyo is an incredibly tenured player. Like, they've been around, they've seen a bunch of stuff. Yes.
This Kyo guy's, like, brand new. I'm telling you, I've never seen them before in my life. Brand fucking new.
Brand new. No. Don't know who they are.
No.
Right?
The only player I know who kind of went by similar name, there was, like, Kyo Chan back in the day, but that was obviously a Japanese player. But by the Chan, you know, so.
Yeah.
None of these players have ever been here before, ever. We are seeing Nolan on the Moonlight roster today, which is very exciting for me in particular. I always love seeing Nolan play with them. Otherwise, everything pretty standard. Shadow Omega Basil. We're seeing normal things from all of these players. I think the only real thing I want to note on the comps are the Cooler Rapid and the Bubble Dualies coming out on the side of FTWin.
I'm really, really happy about that. I have been very critical of FTWin's dually play in the past because they were playing the vanilla dualies. I think that locked their comp down too much. But now with the, I think the Twinkles dualies, that allows their composition more flexibility in that you can put your special down and then go do other things. And as watching this opening,
good lord,
as that person so rudely interrupted me, FTWin is literally running circles around me.
They are. They're actually, that audio you heard in the background wasn't Race Mike. That was
FTWin.
It was actually just FTWin. They were zooming. And it's kind of a pretty solid knockout here. There's just no way for Moonlight to get in. Every time they drop in, they're forced back out by a special or by a sword of some kind. And probably it's looking kind of like a 0 to 100.
Yeah, FTWin's defense was so solid in that they spread out to both sides of the map, and Moonlight didn't pick a direction. I think if Moonlight picked a direction, they said, we're going to send all 4 people at Sam, or all 4 people at, or all 4 people at Kyo. Then I think Moonlight could have strong-armed something in the map, but Moonlight tried to fight FTWin everywhere, and because they tried to fight FTWin everywhere, they ended up winning fights nowhere. When you put all your eggs in one basket and you drop it, they're all going to get cracked.
Yeah, I feel like we need to kind of treat probably Shadow like the chisel, you know? And then throw everyone in behind Shadow as the hammer. So you throw that tent shield forward, you branch everyone out right in behind it, and zoom in in one direction in particular and just plow through anything in your path. I feel like they were trying the 2-and-2 approach, it just wasn't working for them. That chisel approach, I think, would have been just a little more effective. But it did feel like anytime they went to make a push, there was a Booyah Bomb at the tent shield. So maybe they just couldn't get that going.
Well, and FTWin looks so clean.
Yeah, they
right? Like, FTWin always had an answer. Like, you mentioned the Moonlight 2-2. I think that's a strategic misplay from Moonlight.
Yeah.
But, like, let's give props to FTWin in how quickly and how thoroughly they rebuked Moonlight for that strategic misplay.
No.
Like, some teams would hesitate. There was no hesitation. FTWin said, this is my game, this is my tournament. Kyo said, I've never won a SuperJump before. That is changing today. And I'm not letting Moonlight stand in my way.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, yeah, I feel like that's just the correct play, right? Like, they're turned on today. That's it. They're on. They're ready to go. Yeah.
I think FTWin's comp, I like it so much more. FTWin, I think, in the past for SWS, the thing, like, I criticized them a ton.
Yeah.
For that event, they were trying to play a traditional style, and I didn't think it worked for them. And now they're playing a more flexible style where all of their players can individually shine, and that teamwork with no FTWin for. They're bringing that to the forefront with, like, the Rapid that can move forward, that can get picks, that can wipe a team out if it's, like, let loose enough. You have the Twinkle Dualies that we can allow that player to shine, to just roll forward and kill people, and then not have to go, oh, I need to retreat now to get into my good crab position, or I'm going to die.
Yeah. Instead, they have the bubble that allows them to keep rolling forward.
Yeah. And that ability for FTWin to just keep pushing, keep taking, keep doing, I think is really good. And even if, like in this case, H is on the normal dualies, because we have Rapid Pro, I still think that's okay, because now we're not stacking up a pencil and a crab tank, and the early crab tank is coming out here. Will FTWin be able to find value with it?
Yeah, I mean, it is worth noting that Basil is coming in on that E-leader, hopefully, to apply a little bit more pressure. And Joe running that Dreadbringer. So we've got some zone cheese, some quick caps in here, and we'll have to see how that pans out for them. Aside from that, I mean, we dropped the Twinkles. We've gone back to some flat dailies, but I don't disagree with it on this map in particular. Shadow, what was that?
I mean, if we're accusing anyone of anything, I say we should be going, Joe, what was that? They wouldn't put a thing on Shadow. Shadow on the incredibly mobile end tap, and how are you going to lock down to get a Reef Slider pick when Shadow is running around like Sonic the Hedgehog?
That's very fair, yeah. I mean, I'm just impressed that Shadow didn't move it at all. So we do see the zone stay in favor of Moonlight, but we're seeing a little bit of this chisel that we were talking about. But on the side of FTWin, we saw two players just focus down a third on Moonlight, and then Omega is trying to get themselves some crab legs, and it didn't quite work.
Yeah, Omega was on the flank doing what Omega does, which is apply pressure. Unfortunately, the pressure was not enough. Now Sam in this very strong position. Moonlight grouped up as 4, Booyah coming in, forcing everyone forward. Will they be able to do anything with it? And no, FTWin just clinically dissects the push, leaving only Basil alive, trying to find something, anything on the leader. But again, the knowledge and experience of FTWin just not peeking at any of the sidelines. The E-leaders showing, yeah, you can get things done, but only if we let you. And we're not going to let you do that.
Absolutely. We do see that destructive Kraken come in from Nolan on this right-hand side. Beautiful play. The interruption of zone that should be a flip from Moonlight if we take proper advantage of it. But Wraith with that blaster, that menace.
Yeah. Moonlight got in, but they didn't dedicate resources to flipping the zone. Now the counter is counting down 5, 4. They need to flip. Everyone needs to look at it, and I don't think they're going to be able to stay here for a long time because of that. If FTWin can get both players onto Omega, Omega's not going to live, and they come together, the pinch goes through, and Omega's out of the map. But Moonlight getting a penalty, 65 points, they got time, and time is what they were sorely lacking.
It really was. And, I mean, with that time, they can do a lot. Just, we need to not go down to Wraith on that Rapid Blaster, so we'll allow that jump out without any criticism. But, I mean, I feel like the problem here still is what it was last time, is we're just having troubles getting into that center of the map. The beautiful Booyah coming out there. The Kraken is allowing them to survive. But I'm loving these disruptive Krakens from Nolan. Like, even if we don't get anybody, which we have been, but even if we don't, we're pushing people so far out of position, we're hopefully making room for the rest of our team.
Yeah, and Kyo reef sliding there to secure the game, saw Moonlight's push coming in and said, all four of your people are here, but we're winning this fight. If we just get a split second of extra time, this game is ours. And then reef-sliding in, saying, this is ours, lock it down, lock it in, we're up 2-0. What are you going to do about it? And the answer shouldn't be splat zones.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, I understand why we picked splat zones. I do. But hear me out. FTWin is good at every mode, period. They just are. They always have been.
Correct.
The members of that team are just too knowledgeable of the game to not be good at every mode. That said, I feel like Moonlight has almost always been strong on TC and Rainmaker. I feel like that just is the truth, that they've always been strong on those modes. So if you're losing on zones, why are we still picking zones?
My guess would be it has something to do with Basil on leader.
Yeah, potentially.
I think what it could be is Moonlight has been unable to scrim all modes thoroughly enough for Basil to feel comfortable bringing E-leader into other modes. That would be my guess. I don't know for certain. That is just conjecture.
Right.
But that would be my thought. So if we see Moonlight go to other modes, then I think we're probably going to see Basil switch off.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, Basil is a talented player. I feel like she's been doing really good on the Rapid, for example. So I wouldn't hate to see her pull it out, or to even sticking pencil, play a splash for all I care. I just feel like zones is not the way we win this set.
I agree. I honestly think I would like to see Moonlight go to TC. something that slows the game down, and they have positions where they can dig in. I think that would be the least intrusive counter pick, but also playing against Kyo, one of the best slosher players in the world. TC is also a risky pick. Like, there's no good option here for Moonlight, I think.
There are bad options, though. I do want to note that. I don't think there's any good option, but there are bad options. And I do think Zones is a bad option.
I agree. So, yeah, it's rough because, like, in the previous two sets, we could say, Aura Jackson should probably do this. Or, like, ezmd should probably do this, right? For Moonlight, it's tough because, like, I want to see Shadow pull out the tent, but we have to pick. Like, either Shadow gets tent or Basil gets Year. You can't really do both. So it puts Moonlight in a position where you can't really have you can't have both good players or all of your players firing at 100% capacity all of the time.
Ah, there we go.
Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge. So I think we're probably going to see a Basil 10. Nope, that's the wrong.
I would kill to see a Basil 10. Let's go.
All right, Moonlight.
Do it. Let her go. Unlock her.
Yeah. Moonlight, make that video after where all your players.
Yeah.
Everyone rolls a d4.
Please, I would pay so much money to see that. Oh my god, I am pleased though. I mean, I like I said, there's no good options, only less bad options. And I'm not hating the Rainmaker pick. I'm a little squinting at the Scorch Gorge pick, but I feel like we have to see the tent umbrella here, right? Like, this has to be a pick for that tent. I feel like there's no other reason you would do it, right?
No.
And hear me out. Let's run coolerless. Hear me out. I'm cooking.
Okay.
Let's run coolerless.
Very risky, but I'm listening.
Put Basil on back.
On like a vanilla charger or rapid?
Yeah. Vanilla charger. I mean, it's Basil. Put her on a charger.
Sure. Our pen matchup gets not great. If we
have Vac.
Okay, well, we can't have Vac all the time.
Why not? If I can have Slappo all the time, they can have Vac all the time.
No.
I'm just saying. Have the switch.
You're cooking too much.
Oh.
Fire scope.
Oh, well, hey, hang on.
Hold on. What?
I'm not the only one cooking.
I thought you overcooked the sauce. No, in truth, I was undercooking.
Cook it longer. I am listening. Kyo on the Tri-Slosher with Cooler. Absolutely love it. We have Shadow back on that Zap. Wiper coming out for Omega, which is interesting to me. It's not been my favorite of Omega's weapons historically, but like, okay, Cook King, let's go. We did get a pick early on. We do have the Hammer, which I do love. So Kyo picking up that Rainmaker pretty quick. We're going to be making this first run kind of coolerless, which I mean, do what you got to do in Rainmaker.
Yes, correct. Unfortunately, this suction came out to prevent Kyo from dunking earlier and then follow up with the Kraken from Nolan. Doesn't bring the push to a full grinding halt, but definitely slows it down to speed bump on their journey to the KO. But Basil holding the Vac on jumps, trying to get some more pressure in mid and unfortunately failing.
Yeah, that beautiful crab rolling across those grates and coming right up to get a few shots. Unfortunately, he didn't get to stay very long, but that was hilarious. Please do it again.
When you're playing a frontline weapon, you have to kind of count on someone missing the shot. And Basil just demonstrating time and time again, it will not be them. Incredible charge slash from Omega. Moonlight found their footing, and now they're going to get checkpoint for it. If they can just touch. Just go, Shadow. Just do it. Do it. It's fine. You need this checkpoint, my man.
Unfortunately, a little stalled out there by paint and chargers and everything. But we did get the checkpoints. We will stand on that. 3 specials on FTWin's side right now is going to make this a very dangerous mid to stand in. But, I mean, really what Rafe just wants to do is live to get that back over on the other side. And Omega is making that a little difficult.
I really like Omega pushing up there and threatening to grab the Rainmaker, even if they were unable to do it. But all of the specials coming out here for FTWin, so Moonlight's in a very dangerous position in that they basically just gave up checkpoint. FTWin using all of their specials over the course of that, though. But wait, I lied. I think Basil hit the shot on the Rainmaker. And so the Rainmaker didn't actually get pedestal. Moonlight preserving their lead, and FTWin's pushing is fizzling out here just when it mattered most.
Moonlight also managed to very quickly clear out that right-hand side of their spawn, that, like, the other checkpoint that no one uses, you know? Managed to solidify that pretty strongly, and Nolan coming out the Kraken, gonna defend that Rainmaker fairly well, and then just dip, you know? Just go, oh yeah, that didn't go well. Let's leave.
Yeah, well, the rest of your team is going down. I really wish Nolan backed to a more defensible position.
Yes.
They gave up a lot of space, but unfortunately wasn't enough. Now Moonlight on a stagger, checkpoint going down. FTWin used all their specials though. They're gonna have Cooler online though in just a second, which will keep this push going. Go picks up and says, nah, I'm just gonna get points, which I respect. I think
yeah, based.
Definitely a good decision. Based. Yeah. Agreed.
Very based. We do see the members here on the right-hand side. Again, that bomb almost killing Nolan, making me nervous. But I'm kind of hating that Rainmaker is sitting like that, sitting there. There it is. But we do have Nolan's Kraken online, so that should force the members out on this left-hand side. Rafe backing right up is going to be able to jump out, fortunately for them. And that should be all of the members of FTWin back on the defense. So what we need is Omega. Someone needs to cross that left-hand side soon. And Omega needs to get in there pretty quick. We do have to hammer it.
Yeah, Moonlight, in the notable lack of sending people on that left side grading, they get pressure, right? They don't let FTWin take it, but they're also not pressuring FTWin on multiple angles. I talked about it earlier in broadcast, but pressuring the team that's defending from multiple angles is the key to how you crack open maps, and FTWin is doing an incredible job of demonstrating that for us. They are controlling the entire map, even when they might not have turf, because Rafe on the Charger here just hitting shot after shot and making sure the flanks are maintained, that Omega can't find the opening that he's looking for, making sure that Shadowwind and Nolan are forced into frontline positions. And when you're faced into a front head-on-head position against a Tri-Slosher, that's not how you win a game.
It really isn't. And unfortunately, we took a little bit too long on that push forward. They had a few too many resources, and we just weren't able to clutch it out. I do want to say that's the best Moonlight looked in this set. So hopefully going forward in losers bracket, if we're counterpicking against teams like FTWin, we do counterpick Rainmaker or TC, because I do think that looked really good. It didn't work out, but it looked good.
And again, FTWin looked absolutely incredible today.
Yes.
They looked better than I think Oro Jackson.
Yeah.
And ezmd also looked incredibly good, but that match, would have to happen in losers finals or something. Yeah. I imagine, but FTWin made a really strong case for winning.
Yeah.
Right. FTWin looked really, really good.
Yeah, they really did.
And I'm really happy that they switched up their composition.
Yeah.
They took notes from SWS, and then they didn't have it ready for Riptide, which understand. But here in SuperJump right now, probably for the NA League as well, yeah. FTWin is I'm not gonna say back to their peak, but they're incredibly close.
Yeah, they're 90%, I'd say. We'll have to see how the rest of this goes. We're going to be seeing FTWin go on to fight either Oro Jackson or PXG, and I think that's going to be the real test of this new composition and how things work. Mm-hmm. I think that's going to have to be the new test, as opposed to this match. but I also think that this was really promising for Moonlight. So I hope they can keep up the morale going into losers bracket and run it through. It looks like they are. I mean, my guess is they're going to be fighting ezmd.
Yeah.
But just a quick bracket update while we're here. Not a whole lot through yet. That was a 3-0 set, so there hasn't been a whole lot of time for games to get...
decisive 3-0 set.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of time for things to get going. We do see Frutella 2-1 over Healbook, and Koff Alaska 2-1 over Blanks. So Frutella and Koff Alaska are duking it out currently. ezmd knocked out Wayfinders 2-1, and Envy, as we already noted earlier, knocked out Duck Motif 2-0. So ezmd and Envy are now currently fighting each other in loser side, and Moonlight will be fighting the winner of ezmd or Envy. Whereas on winner's side bracket, we're waiting on the set for PXG and Oro Jackson to conclude to see who's going to fight FTWin. And I mean, for right now, there's no score reported, but we're 25 minutes in, so I'm going to guess they're just not putting score up because that's how teams work.
Yeah.
They hate me, and they hate me being able to watch their sets remotely, so they don't update the score until there's a result.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go to Kyo's chat or actually FTWin just won. Sorry, who streams on one of the other teams?
PXG and Oro Jackson. Gray is probably streaming.
Ooh,
I would say Gray is probably our best chance.
Yeah, let's go check in with Gray real quick. You know, see what game they're on. Surely his Twitch chat knows.
I actually don't see Gray streaming. Rude.
Oh, very rude. Incredibly rude.
How am I supposed to keep up with this if y'all don't stream it?
Or report scores
something.
After each game.
Give me something.
Yeah, give us something to work with. Anything.
Yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of streamers, but they're mostly on people I'm not looking for currently. So gonna have to wait. Which is just really.
It is very rude of them to not. It's so rude of them to not update all their game. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, screw that. Hey, Raze, how's Pacific time treating you?
It's Pacific time. It's weird. Everything feels. It feels like I have more time, you know, because everything's getting done earlier. You know, it's like instead of waking up late, I'm just waking up not super early.
I mean, fair. I mean, I guess you suddenly go from like waking up at 2 p.m. to waking up at 11. So.
Well, I've been waking up earlier than that too.
Oh wow. But, I mean, it also helps when there's other people around to make you wake up.
That's true. It does.
Yeah.
I can't just roll over and go, I don't feel like it anymore.
Well, it looks like while we wait for these sets to wrap up, we are going to go to a quick break. Mostly to allow me to get some more water. I'm like, mostly out.
Yeah.
Like, we've been yapping. I need more water. So we're going to go to a really quick break and we'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We do have winners finals coming up shortly.
Yeah.
You're going to be commentating this upcoming SuperJump.
Yep.
What does it mean to be commentating an event like SuperJump now that it's a 3-month consistent major?
It's honestly an honor. There's so many incredible teams that are consistently tuning in to compete and aim to be the best that there is. When we're in a period where there's not a lot of intense events constantly happening in the scene, it's really awesome to have an event like SuperJump that's going to be bringing a lot to the table, have a lot of opportunities for many teams, both of high skill level and low skill level.
It's incredibly exciting. You know, there's a lot of talent coming up and a lot of upcoming talent that we have seen in the Splatoon community. And to see a lot of them gather in SuperJump and to be able to commentate that talent, either existing or new, it's incredibly exciting. Honestly, I'm excited to be here. I know you're excited to be there. If we're not excited, something's wrong.
I think it's really important for the scene overall because consistent majors haven't really been a staple of the scene for that long. They've kind of just popped up whenever a TO had the energy to do one. So making it consistent, I think, is a huge point of growth for the scene.
What are some storylines that you're looking forward to seeing play out in this event?
I would say upsets. Teams that have been trying so hard to break that barrier of whatever skill level might be, low to mid-level to high level to top level, just really butt the heads of each other and see what they're able to come up with and what's going to work for them and what they're going to be able to really put down when it's time to sit down in front of their screens and put it all out in those games.
Well, if I can say the teams that I would like to be there,
Sure.
of course, I'm a Moonlight fan, so of course I would love to see Moonlight participating. And of course, some of our top teams, FTWin, of course, is playing here today at Riptide. I would love to see more of them, a lot more of Volacte, PXG, possibly. There's a lot of great teams that we are seeing here today that I would love to see register for SuperJump. And also, I would love to commentate them. So I think there's a lot of good competition that could possibly be in SuperJump.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how a lot of teams improved post SWS because SWS from North America was slightly lackluster, I think. So seeing
That's fair. That's fair to say.
So seeing how North American teams took that and then grew, I think is going to be really interesting.
I think for me, it's about who's going to start differentiating themselves as we head into the league season, right? The Splatoon 3 North American League is about to start. And so this event will be one of those deciders of, all right, who is actually going to start trying to make a run earlier in the season. And as the league goes on, we'll see how that kind of evolves. But this is going to set the opening chapter really for what that league looks like.
So I'm Pop Gun here with the entire team of Moonlight, who told me they are 100% going to be playing in this upcoming SuperJump. Right? Right.
Yes, sir.
So, ShadowWin, what does it mean for a team like Moonlight to have a consistent major like SuperJump now that it's every 3 months?
It's so important to the community, I feel like, to have something consistent to look forward to. So many events that happen that fizzle out. It's good to have a backbone that to know there's going to be more entertainment for you in the future as a viewer. And for us as competitors, it's so much better knowing there's going to be a next time. Let's keep moving forward. Let's keep improving on these things.
What was the other question I was going to ask? Oh. So Moonlight's, you played in pretty much every SuperJump that Moonlight has been an actual team.
I believe so, yeah.
Up to this point. What is it going to take for this team to take the next step and start making podium for an event like this?
I think it's going to take a whole lot of trust in each other because all the top teams that play, I mean, there's so much trust between the players for comps, for comms, everything about it. So the trust between the players has to be an absolute maximum. The comps, the preparation, the scrims all have to be at a maximum to beat the titans of the game that are currently dominating.
Is there one team in particular that you want to get a piece of in this upcoming SuperJump?
One team that I'd love to get a piece of in this upcoming SuperJump, FTWin. Coming for y'all.
So I'm here with JJ from Free Flow, the team that finished tied for 5th in the last SuperJump. JJ, how did it feel having that kind of success in the last SuperJump?
Honestly, it was really cool. I felt like we had a real Cinderella run when going into the event. I felt like playing it, I was like really confident that we would beat a lot of the teams that are in there. But then like to actually prove it and showcase that and like show that like we could like, I don't know, like we're like slept on. Like I felt like we've always been slept on. I think that was like amazing for us to perform in the event. So just to summarize it, I think it was really cool to just be there with my friends and then like us actually like prove that we are good because we kind of needed that moment.
Do you feel like there's a bit of chip on your team's shoulder because it seems like the success that you guys had was very rapid, and maybe there's some people who think you might not be able to replicate it?
Oh, for sure. I think we absolutely have to like almost keep that reputation that we established from that event. You know, they see the number of 5th place, but then they're like looking through the like results or whatever we've done, and then be like, oh, I don't know if they're actually all that. We have to prove that we're all that. I think we can hold that weight. I feel like we're doing really good so far. I think the effort that we the effort that we like made into the game has been proven. I think to keep that up and steady, I think we will absolutely do that. No doubt.
What does FreeFlow need to do to replicate the success you had last time?
Be consistent. Like, we need to actually play the game. We need to hunker down on a strategy. I feel that we change comps very often and like change like what our idea is very frequently. So I think that's one thing that I think we need to change. I think the next thing I think we need to do is like actually practice versus higher level teams. I think we haven't got the opportunity until recently to actually get the like practice versus stronger established groups or players. So I think with time will tell how good we've gotten and how comfortable we're getting in that environment.
We're with Keo of FTWin, who's going to be playing in this upcoming SuperJump.
Yes, sir.
Keo, what does it mean for an event like SuperJump now that it's a 3-month consistent major for a team like FTWin?
It means a lot because there's always something to practice for, which is great. Because previously, before, it was just SQ Major. But especially now with SuperJump being all modes and like the Nintendo League on top of it, it's just like great that we have extra things to practice for, something to look forward to. It just keeps you on your toes all the time.
You've never won a SuperJump.
No, I'm very bad at SuperJump, apparently.
What is it going to take to end that curse this upcoming tournament?
I think, well, the one that I played with FTW, we were like going through comp problems way back. I played with pickups twice. Hopefully, now this time we got things situated. We're chilling. We just put the grind, and then it'll be fun. Because we actually do rather enjoy all modes, in all honesty.
You're going to be commentating this upcoming SuperJump.
Yep.
What does it mean to be commentating an event?
They have Toad in their sights, and Toad goes down here. Stellar work by Nathan and the rest of 07 Honor Band.
this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that.
I like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. At all. I don't like it at all. I don't I don't like it. Take it easy.
Just feels good.
Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to Super Jump 6. My name is K-Bot, joined by one Magic 8-Ball to bring it home for the evening. Magic, it has been way too long. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, I can't believe it's been so long since the last time we've done this. I mean, it must have been years and years ago, right? But I am feeling like great, and I am ready to watch some exciting matches. How have things been looking? I have not had the privilege to watch all of the sets so far, but I've been trying to tune in back and forth. Saw the ghost of prime STDX power in ezmd, and I'm like, there's so many resurgences happening, I feel like. But break it down for me, K-Bot.
So I think entering this tournament is pretty interesting. I think Europe has been looking for their revenge, and I think they're starting to find it here. Oro Jackson is a pickup that's come together. Obviously, PXG likely favorites in the tournament. The match that we were waiting on in the extended break was a 5-game series between PXG and Oro Jackson. It went to 5. PXG got the better of them on that last map. So that is incredibly close between those two. I imagine this is going to be no different, but what you'll notice, speaking of ghosts from the past, Magic, is that FTWin is actually playing with Hexen on the roster and has been over the course of the day today. In fact, I have it on decent record that it seems like Hexen's going to be a somewhat permanent replacement on this roster moving forward for the next few months. So it's been a lot of fun. Actually, I think this has kind of revitalized FTWin in the way they want to play the game and just how motivated they are to come through and win.
No, from what I saw from their set earlier that on stream, there is an X factor, or maybe better well put, an HXN factor in this play. They seem so much more coordinated and also energized, right? Like, I feel like that typical FTWin, like, we're going to come at you energy has not been there in full force. But now, for whatever reason, probably at the hands of one of the best analysts, best minds behind the scenes that the game has ever had, coming back and actually putting all energy into one basket and actually helping execute that is making them go back to their old form.
And if you know anything about how this kind of team has worked in the past, Hexen has had involvement with FTWin for the longest time, probably since STDX stopped playing the game. Hexen has been kind of involved behind the scenes in the FTWin circle, oftentimes being kind of the ghost coach that they don't talk about, but is definitely still there. So this addition to the roster is not exactly surprising to those of us that know this team and have followed this team throughout history. But even still, right, I think to your point, having a mind that is so closely tied with the team and has been for such a long time. The young prodigy of Sam adding to the roster, now finally having some of the support at the back that Hexen can provide, because don't get me wrong, Bursty is fantastic, but I think the reason for this roster change has been because Hexen is more motivated to play the game right now than Bursty is, right? That is literally all this is. You can tell Hexen's actually putting out YouTube content now. Whoa!
I know, I saw. I was like, what in the world? What year is this?
That's right. So I think this guy's back, and I think FTWin has been struggling, right? You look at their Riptide performance, you look at some of the things in the past month as well, but I genuinely do think that they can start turning things around now, and maybe they'll try to settle the score with PXG even starting today.
Hopefully so. I think it's really interesting that I heard on stream, FTWin has not won a Super Jump. It's not in their it's not in their medal cabinet, their trophy, the wall of trophies, right? But it always feels like there's some kind of craziness that happens during these Super Jumps. And PXG was the craziness last time, but maybe now it's FTWin's turn to take up that mantle. We'll see. PXG, though, I mean, they still have had a almost flawless record for the past 6 months, right?
Yeah. basically when this team comes together, they're most likely to win. The duo, I think, of Gray and Jordan being able to team up, they literally become unbeatable as the Avengers and are just able to crush their opponents no matter what tournament they're playing in. And even oftentimes when it's just one of them, they're able to do the same. But you combine those two incredibly talented individuals and you get this result of this PXG roster that has been dominant for so long. But first up, it's Splat Zones on Umami Ruins. We've been seeing today Biscuit go over to the Winter Rapid Pro and go on this Dread Ringer. No real surprise for Zones here.
And we are in winners finals, people. This is it. This is the big money match. PXG versus FTWin. It's starting off with a little bit of a lull, just trying to feel each other out, and as all good teams should, they need to make sure that they have their footing down before they're able to make any big steps. Let's see what they can come up with here, as Gray did end up getting that first pick on the map, and that's a beautiful double team there from the pen and the blaster. This is easily looking like PXG doing what they do best.
Goss so far forward already, providing that third aggressive line with this pro. Actually kind of surprised to see him go over for the pro instead of the 52 here, but I imagine the way that PXG wants to try to play this game into FTWin is to get them on their heels early and continue steamrolling, and it looks like they've done that there with another 3-down situation, nearly a complete wipe again. This cooler so far forward, and Goss is still sitting on top of this dome.
Right, and the straight lines here are so perfect for pro, and as well, there's a lot of tools on FTWin's side to deal with that splash wall if it were to come out, so it's a lot better to just have that bomb, keep the space, keep the distance, poke around. There's 30 ticks left on this zone for the PXG win, and that's a triple ink strike beautifully placed by the Slosher, and Jordan is doing wonders here. Already there's 15 ticks left. There's almost no hope for the members of FTWin to get anywhere close with just a wall of damage that's coming out from the members of PXG. And even though they all went down, there was enough obstacles in their path. That was a clean start for PXG.
Yeah, the way that PXG is going through with this, they came to play. I think they're ready too. After a game 5 with Oro Jackson, you know, a team that clearly tested them in the last one, I think they're still coming fresh off of that victory and are ready to continue to keep up that momentum. Meanwhile, FTWin not only had to play against Moonlight, Moonlight didn't put up a challenge for them today, which is kind of weird because historically that's been back and forth. But again, I think it's this Hexen thing. Now, though, they had to sit there and wait for that other series to wrap up for like 15 minutes. And perhaps fell a little flat there towards the very end. In fairness, though, I think the difference is PXG's ability to continue controlling that main choke point out of Umami is really telling, right? With all the specials they're able to throw down, with the way that once Goss gets up there, you know, that's the great part about having that pro up there, is that you'd love to have something with a little bit more range than a 52 gal or a slosher or something. And so that frozen pro getting into that position is so critical to keep that defensive pressure online, allow Gray and Jordan to just continue running in and grabbing the random, you know, picks where they can. And that kind of sets the stage for what this looks like. FTWin had to try to commit some resource to get Goss off of there in the first place, let alone try to deal with whatever Jordan and Gray were trying to do.
All right, and it makes sense, right? It's a similar thought process, right? With the 52, you're putting down the wall and you're preventing people from stepping forward because there's a giant wall in the way. But with the pro, it's similar because there's very low ink consumption. You're able to keep putting out shots and put the bullets instead of the actual wall there, and then the bomb as well to create a little bit of AoE and actually prevent people from stepping forward. And so you're able to just constantly cycle that out, and then people come in from the side to help you out. It's the same process, it's the same concept, except it's just a little bit better to deal with the long range threats, right? The pro, the Dread Ringer, which has really good range. It's just, I really like this adaptation. I think that Frozen Pro is doing a great job in this meta right now to keep some of those threats that could explode games and keep them at bay. I think all in all, what I want to see though from FTWin is it's a lot more easy to say, all right, let's take a look at Moonlight's game plan. Let's figure out a way to beat it. That's not going to be the case here, right? PXG is kind of that next tier up of execution and strategy and understanding, because they have so many more tools, because they're playing the meta comp, whatever you want to call it. They have the tools to really formulate their game plan around what the opponents are doing. So it becomes a weird kind of like trying to get a step ahead of each other. And in the second game, especially on Inkblot, I'm gonna need to see Kyo step up and make sure that he's actually getting the value that he needs to.
Go on that point. Back on the vanilla slosher here, perhaps a little bit more slaying potential. Meanwhile, Goss also perhaps a little more slaying potential. The shot out of Goss. I think this is a new pick as well coming in here, and it's probably going to be a matter of who's able to start getting control. Also, I think the name that we haven't been talking about at all from FTWin's side is Biscuit on this winter. Where was that in the last game? Didn't feel like was getting nearly the amount of chip damage that was coming through there, and we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get set up as this one, although it looks like it's early blue in the middle of the map.
I really love Noah's pen. I think that Noah's been doing such a good job at actually being the... whenever I try and coach teams and tell them like, oh, when you're a backliner, you need to still do 2v1s with your teammates. He's been doing such a perfect job at that. Look at this positioning, moving up forward, making sure that his extended range is at the range of where his front lines are fighting. This is perfect.
Perfect there, especially coupled with that Trizuka. Clears out this Bats angle, or attempts to anyway. And even still, it's a 2 down right now for FTWin. Biscuit tries to apply some pressure over to Noah, but Noah's just out of arm's reach, being able to hopefully stall this one out here. PXG as Goss gets back on top of this tower, and not really an avenue forward here for Biscuit.
You need Biscuit to make sure that this entire area is safe. That's the exact thinking of FTWin, right? The nooks and crannies of this battalion area in Inkblot is so treacherous, if not careful. Biscuit deciding to jump forward, has the cooler, but is going to go down for it. There's still been no stopping of PXG during this entire 2-minute length push. FTWin has not found their footing the entire time yet. Now it looks like some specials are coming through, and they're able to at least start dancing around, but there's still only one player down at a time on PXG. They're not getting the multi-picks that they need to actually solidify their play.
It feels like FTWin is just desperate at this point, trying to throw everything in to try to find something to get done, not quoting their specials, but already Kyo goes down here as PXG approaches the final checkpoint. It's 3 down for FTWin as PXG continues putting in the work. Hexen's forced to roll away and is now trying to dive on top of the tower just to save the game and extend it halfway through 2.5 minutes. It's been all PXG, and Goss is still around. Gray is still around. The Booyah Bomb goes down, and even still, PXG is a thorn in the side.
I don't think Gray has gone down this entire time. I would be surprised if Gray's death numbers is above 5 throughout this entire match. This is crazy. This is crazy how well Gray is managing to just keep dancing, keep dodging, and putting on the pressure. Finally, this absolute unit has gone down thanks to Kyo's diving effort, and there's finally some footing left back. I really do think that needs to be the cornerstone of FTWin's play from here on out, is just, please, we need to get Gray out.
But it's Jordan coming in on the flank with the bomb, taking down one, and now all of a sudden any momentum FTWin might have started to have is instantly neutralized in mid. With 1.5 minutes left to go here, FTWin's really got to put the pedal to the metal. I'm looking for where Kyo is going to throw these strikes and who is going to be able to move in off of them, but already Hexen's gone down on the front lines, and FTWin has to try to regroup. Goss dives on top of Kyo, and PXG still is in control of the pace of the game.
I really have to question Biscuit's idea and positioning there. On top of the stack is one of the most precarious situations that you can find yourself in, especially with how much AoE damage the members of PXG have. Right, like, this is where you normally are finding them sitting, and Gray is still pointing them out and calling them out and picking them off every single time. I just don't understand how you shut down this player and this entire team that's built around this. Jordan is literally sitting on their plat when it's a 2v1. Like, I think that there's just a different level that these players are at right now.
That sure is what it feels like at the moment. With 30 seconds left to play, FTWin has got to find a way to make a move, but Jordan's already moved even further forward onto their plat. Picks off Kyo again. By the looks of it, this PXG team has had Kyo's number the entire time, and Hexen's crab tank gets immediately neutralized in a forward position. Kyo's trying to make a play again, but is the last one up for FTWin, and the delayed wipe comes through once more. PXG is more than comfortable sharking around the tower, continuing to come from off angles, and surprising FTWin with nearly every engagement. The Booyah Bomb comes out to try to move Noah away for a moment, but even still, FTWin's got to go back to the other side of the stage, and that's so difficult to do.
Hold on.
But maybe they're building some momentum. No, it looks like Goss was able to find 2 there, and there's the wipeout. PXG, a decisive 2 games up over FTWin here in Winners Finals.
Suffocating. I'm genuinely feeling like they just got sat in a chair, and cloth over their face, and just dumped the water on top of it. Like I can't even imagine what it feels like to be FTWin in this situation, to come off of such a finally, you feel like you beat the thorn in your side, like finally just ripped off the band-aid that is Moonlight, feeling like you're on top of the world. Great set. You're going into the finals of a SuperJump, trying to actually take this thing down. Thank you for the stat lines here. I'm so curious.
Noah, 30 KA for PXG in that 5-minute game. Incredible. 30-3 for this pencil on PXG with 7 coolers. To your point, Gray did go down 10 times, but also teamed up for 21. Look, the way this team operates right now, 30, 19, 21, 13 in a 5-minute game. Those are their KAs down the line. What does that mean? That means they are teaming up for a ton of assists. Not only do they have FTWin's number, and FTWin trying to live up to their name, as a matter of fact, continuing to dive in and figure out some way to win the game, but even still, it's the assists that are playing a huge role here. It's teaming up between the brutal combination that the S-Blast and the Slosher has been for so long, and one of the other reasons why the Gray and Jordan team up is so huge.
I also want to, there's 2 things that I really think are important to note here. One, Biscuit went down 8 times compared to Noah's 3. I think it just makes such a big difference to have that turret that is in position and is able to make sure that everyone's being kept back. But also, the fact that Sam, Hexen, and Kyo all died more than 13 times or more. Sam with a 15 death counter in 5 minutes. Right, like, I can do the math in a second, but you're almost down the entire time. Like there was almost no point in which, mathematically speaking, every player on FTWin was alive for like more than 5 seconds. It's crazy how much they were just losing fights. At this level of play, you can't just keep going down. Like this is fundamental. This is the basis of the game. But it gets so much more complicated when everything that you're running into is just a brick wall. Like I feel like there's nothing that they can do.
I think that's the real surprise here, is that FTWin for so long has been able to rely on their main weapons to get the job done, but now they're going up against just as talented players that are teaming up and pressuring them from off angles. That is the real problem here. Randomly, you think you're safe for 1 second, but then there's strikes getting thrown at you. You think you're safe for 1 second, and then Jordan himself is just walking forward onto the opposing plat, and there's nothing that they feel like they can do about it right now. I don't know what the compositional change is here, or if it's a mentality change or what. FTWin looks like they're grasping at straws right now, but they're going to need to put something together if they want to punch their ticket to Grands and prevent PXG, the defending champions, from getting there first.
Okay, I think I need to say one very critical thing here, and that is that I need Sam, like you were saying. Sam feels like, oh, they finally have their support back, they're feeling like they're the prodigy that FTWin have been trying to make this player to be. I think it needs to come through right now. I need Sam to step up in a huge way, and I need the players of FTWin to not take individual fights ever. They need to be teaming up.
Well, it feels like that's what their composition's trying to do right now. Kyo has gone over to the Horns Dreadbringer. That is a crab tank. FTWin is playing a double crab tank composition in 2025. Let that sink in for a moment. And now let's watch the game unfold. The hope is, of course, that they're trying to get Sam into positions. And at least in the opening, it's looked like that's worked to some degree as they're able to find the first wipeout.
Yeah, definitely feels like, again, they didn't overstep, they didn't try and take any risky fights, and they just let Gray, who is obviously going to walk at them, and then fight back from there. Hexen and Kyo already have these crabs ready to go. There is a Zuka on the other side that's going to make things a little bit difficult here, but this is exactly the position that they want to be in, and they're finally actually getting to the point that I think Hexen has been trying to get to the entire time.
Seems like that could be the case. The nice mental reset here, as now we're continuing to see a little more pressure, but PXG has clapped right back. They are moving forward into this stage and continuing to put down that yellow wing, teaming up so beautifully there. Noah continuing to be on the front lines nearly as that pencil moving in with the rest of the team. And now look how much further forward they're continuing to go. The Booyah Bomb goes down, and Noah is sneaking up those grates, which is a huge amount of pressure because that's one of the safest places to sit on this stage.
My goodness, look, they're full in their base. They're fully in. Jordan is dancing around, literally circling around 3 people and forcing them to stay in that pin area while a Booyah Bomb comes down on top of them. And then Goss in the back just saying, all right, I guess I get to farm another Zuka. And they took the lead. And the fight still isn't over. This is crazy how much they're able to just maintain their position every single time they get a little bit of distance. They can either continue pushing forward because of how strong they are managing to dodge and dip and win their fights, and also because they have so many players that are being solid and sitting in the right spot so that they can jump back in and keep the momentum going. It's beautiful.
PXG is playing so disciplined as well. Even on that special engagement coming in from FTWin, they just backed away, said, all right, I'll give you the space. And the second that team started going forward, they found the pick against that very Splatana. That means that the momentum for FTWin is completely slowed, as really the game plan with this composition, I think, is funneling into that Splatana. We're seeing what else is going to come through here, but FTWin still another 2 down. They're starting to find some trades back, and now Jordan, look at this, playing hyper aggressive again, but still isn't able to get caught out because someone else was teaming up for the other side. That was Gray on the crossfire, able to come through, and still it's PXG's tower.
PXG trying to guarantee that they have every single advantage going into the final fight in Grand Finals. They want this so bad. You can feel it in their play how much they're no, this is it. This is ours. We are not giving this up, not without a fight.
Not at all, and you're starting to see them in position, but what specials do they have? I think Kyo getting up to this left side where Hexen is right now would have been the best course of action, but you see PXG immediately trying to get them out.
Oh.
Meanwhile, though, it looks like Biscuit moved up pretty far forward and got 2 down. Hexen's gonna go down on top of the tower here, but it looks like things are actually going pretty well. Sam finds yet another, and it looks like the tower is gonna go for FTWin. They're continuing to try to find the knockout here. Gray finds a trade, the Booyah Bomb comes out, Sam dives in looking for a trade as well, but it's too little too late at the end. Kyo's in position, and they find their first off of that double crab cycle somehow.
And I really do think that that final stretch was because Sam actually was fully committed to winning those fights. Fully committed. Just said, no, this is something I can handle. And that mentality change is so important. I don't know what it is about some of these players on FTWin and how the momentum can shift and how it's all up here, right? It's all about whether or not they have the confidence to keep moving. But whatever happened, whatever Hexen and Kyo were screaming during those comms, they found it. Sam was finally going in, getting picks, looking up at the ledges and putting out that poke damage prior to this, and it was everything that they needed.
Scoreline's a lot more even on that last one, the stat lines anyway, I should say, between both teams. But yeah, to your point, there is so much that goes into the mentality of this in the first place. And FTWin now after having won a game, feels like they're not just doing the impossible at this point with the level of pressure and aggression that PXG was providing to them, while also doing it from a relatively safe position. PXG is not the normal team. They are the disciplined team that will not just let you find the first splat. You have to find a way to push in and take matters into your own hands. And certainly after you win there towards the end with Sam in good position, I swear I saw Biscuit move up pretty far forward there too to poke on the Winter down towards that spawn, and now PXG on a counter pick going to Mahi Mahi here.
I really like this, honestly, and I think we saw that FTWin counterpick this themselves, and I think that taking them there and saying, all right, we're gonna fight on this even ground, and sorry, brain completely shorted out there. Fight on this even ground. We're going to use your own Reef Slider against you, and we're actually going to fully commit to putting Noah in positions to just have a standout game like they did in Inkblot. I think this is great.
Replicating the success from Inkblot, I think, is the key to the game here. Even if it was tower control versus zones, doesn't matter. The point is they were able to so effectively control the key areas of the stage at all points during the entire game. And I think that is exactly what I was talking about there. The behind the scenes right now.
No. Nope. We're on game 4, PXG! On their counter pick, trying to take home winners finals, go all the way to grands without dropping a set, barely dropping a game. They're gonna just try and solidify this one right here, right now.
All right, standard composition here. Sam back on the vanilla stamper. I think that's also going to play a role. Saw that in the first game of this series. It is looking to do the same here. And Goss, again, back with the Frozen as well. Leading into the game here. It looked like actually PXG gets the first laugh. Is now it's 2 down for FTWin, but they're not quite pushing their advantage just yet. Slowly continuing to build up that pressure as we go in.
I think it's a lot easier to push up once the water level drops, right? Because now there's a little bit of separation between, where you need to be and the backup area. Right? There's just a little bit more cover that you can work with. And so I think it's fine that they were just waiting to see what would happen, maybe try and bait FTWin into pushing and then getting the zone and then just going 2 down again anyways. So I like what I'm seeing from PXG here. What I need to see from FTWin is to ensure Hyo gets these sliders off in a timely and effective fashion.
And the key part there is also being able to escort some of the rest of the team in. If they can get Hex into position with that Reef Slider set up on this Crab Tank, that could be huge. And it looks like Hex was trying to support Kyo in the front lines with that Crab Tank. And actually, to see success, even though Kyo was taken down, Sam's able to come through, clean the rest of things up, and FTWin now has something going for them.
FTWin's got something here. Not again, pushing themselves, trying to overstep their bounds. And I think that I like that, right? Because what was causing the issues in those first couple games was saying, oh, okay, we can push up here, when in reality, it's not safe. It's one of those situations that against any other team, against any other set of players, it is safe to do so because they're the ones that are in control, that have the mechanical advantage. But they need to temper themselves. They need to make sure that they're not creating these situations where they're not even able to back up and they're letting PXG flood all the way into their base. And even there, with Biscuit playing super far back, Gray is able to just pick them all the way off. And this is what I'm saying. They need to be solid. And that's what they're trying to do on these holds. They're not trying to push their advantages too far to the point where they lose them.
Biscuit back to the Snipe Rider has shut down Jordan on the far side of the stage. I think that opened the door for FTWin in more ways than one. And now here comes Kyo with the brief slider to secure the zone. Well done by FTWin to take back, but the fight is still ensuing as Sam is then taken down. Kyo's trying to get some work done, but can't quite do it alone on this far side. And Hexen now is going on an adventure of his own, taking care of Jordan, who was in FTWin's side of the stage, continuing to harass and poke and keep them at bay. Once more, everything is breaking loose, and the second that one person continues to move in against FTWin is the second they're incapable of actually keeping that momentum up. But now, as I say that, the wipeout comes through. We'll see how much of an advantage they can push for as Kyo smells blood in the water.
Now, the thing with the PXG is that, what I will say is that they're not playing. It looks like they're playing perfectly. They're not. There's angles, like you just saw, that Biscuit can find that these players can work around to manage to actually punish their slightly off positioning. Like I'm talking like it's a matter of like 2 steps, but their positioning just tends to be just a little bit off. And if FTWin can effectively and consistently poke their way forwards to find those angles, they can do this, and they seem to be doing so right now as Biscuit's able to get the jumps in. Kyo's on the zone. There's 14 ticks left, and there's no specials online for PXG to actually fight this right now. It needs to be all main weapons. Right now the missiles come out, but it's too late. Nope. There's too much paint, and that is FTWin winning game 4. Holy cow.
How are they able to turn this around? Tell you what, folks, not any average team is going to be able to go down 0-2 in so brutal of those first 2 games, then come back not once but twice into consecutive maps on counter picks against them, and now find themselves in a game 5 situation. That is the veteran, both to your points as what you were saying of Kyo and Hexen being able to right their mentalities and get them in to a possible grand finals clinching spot here.
Exactly. It really does feel like it's that long time that I've won so many championships that I just need to get back there again kind of situation. It's a rebirth. It's a resurgence. They were like, all right, what we did during the first 2 games was not working. Let's try something different. And it's that flexibility and adaptability that I think is undervalued right now in the current understanding of how to formulate yourselves as a team in Splatoon, right? I mean, you look at Moonlight, and yeah, they're able to like switch off the tent sometimes, that yada yada, but like, their overall strategy doesn't really shift. Right? But at this level of play, that's what you need to be doing. You need to be able to just say, we are completely going to be changing our habits, how we're looking at the match, how we're looking at the players, how we're looking at our teammates as tools to formulate a new way to win.
Last stage, Kyo went 3-8. No, I did not read that backwards. That is correct. 3-8. On the Dreadringer, despite the team winning the game. That's the kind of playstyle that I think Kyo's looking for on this Dread. Create some space, even if you're sacrificing your own life, Sam's gonna be able to clean it up or something of the sort. I think that's the idea here, and whether or not they're able to replicate that is another thing to watch out for. Also, other thing I want to comment on, Biscuit 14-2 in that last stage, switching back over to the Snipe Raider, I think has been very impactful here for FTWin. That little bit of extra range makes a world of a difference.
And I think it's the key here. I love the Frozen Pro pick. It feels fun, it feels fresh, and it feels like a new kind of consistent poke AoE kind of deathball wall of pain way to play. But the Snipe Raider is just too consistent, it's too effective, and it's too long range, especially in a composition where you have to deal with Gray and this Frozen Pro.
What did Biscuit just die to on the opening? That's a huge advantage for PXG with no cooler out from FTWin. This could be a very quick 40 points, 50 points on the board early on their own counter pick.
Oh my gosh, Hexen dancing around with that crab and going all the way around that railing to dodge the strikes and end up getting a pick, but oh my goodness. That's already a deep cut from PXG on this Game 5. We're in Game 5, folks! Can we get a little bit of hype in this chat room, please? As FTWin walks forward.
I regret to inform you, you are not at land. You missed that. That was about 2 weeks ago. We're still online here, my friend. You can't feel the energy from the crowd, and believe you me, it was electric. But turning our eyes back here, FTWin maybe finally has an opening after that initial disadvantaged state they were put in early. A huge pick. They find the penalty here and are going to extend the game. Where's Hexen's grab tank going? Doesn't look like much of anywhere. And now Gray sneaks up again. Trade out with Biscuit. No cooler online again for FTWin.
Oh, and they tried. Hexen was like, all right, this is a split-second decision. We need to try and match them here. If they take out our pencil, we take out theirs, but was not able to secure it. And I think that this is going to lead, even though this zone does flip, PXG is going to be in the winning position here. They have all the advantages they need, and they just need to execute. Here comes Gray on this Booyah Bomb. Here comes all of the displacement in the world to try and get these players in these right positions. And you see the members of FTWin have to just give it, have to back up, but luckily they didn't lose their lives for it. And I think that that is the key difference I think that we're seeing in response to PXG's play, is that they are refusing to go down. They are playing for their lives so much more consistently, and it's paying off in the long run. And here comes Kyo trying to take care of Noah, and is able to force a jump out at the very least. FTWin is trying to open up this closet, clawing it from PXG and get that broom.
They're able to find some stability now, and Kyo's been holding onto this Reef Slider for what feels like an eternity. I don't know what he's going to end up going for, but you see the displacement specials come out of PXG once more. It's a Booyah Bomb on top of the zone. It's 2 members diving forward, and they are instantly able to collapse on FTWin. That is 3 down, and I think the last one had to jump away. Biscuit to preserve that cooler yet again. PXG is going to extend their lead on this push.
I'm getting flashbacks to Area Cup. Just the tension in the room as, maybe not the room, but the tension in the field as the timer takes down, and at the very last split second, the players know exactly how to approach the zone and prevent the lead from switching. That was beautifully executed. And even though there's a Reef Slider that goes on the zone here, this is PXG's game. They're in complete control, and they just need to make sure that FTWin does not find any crazy kooky ways. And that's why I love this Barnacle and Dying counter pick. There's only a few ways that you can actually approach the enemy team, and PXG is confident that theirs is the better.
2v2, no engagements happen. Everyone jumps back in now. Biscuit's going to be able to find one against Gray. Hexen dives on the right side. Now is looking for Jordan. Jordan's going to be the best, but is going to get traded down in the process. Kyo is back. Is about to have the Reef Slider at the ready here, and I would not be surprised to charge towards the enemy stack or something of the sort, especially now with Gray going down again. Here's the Reef Slider. It doesn't find that pick. All right, fine, whatever. But even still, that level of displacement is what FTWin's been looking for a long time. But they have to be careful. Jordan is snuck behind them, is forced to jump on away, but no one from FTWin was able to get set up in an advantageous position. They have to give away their opponent's stack, which is where they would have loved to be positioned right now, but they're on their heels as the displacement specials come back in. Joe comes back through, the strikes are back out, and the zone is right back to Cyan.
All it took was two things for PXG to get back into this position, and that was Gray getting into position and the missiles coming out, and they were able to completely shut down FTWin. But speaking of shutting down, all of a sudden the members of PXG are on the heels. The zone is not theirs, but Jordan has Hexen's number. He says, "You've been playing for too long, old man. This is my tournament, and this is my time to show that I'm the king of this game." And there's 6 seconds left for FTWin to try and collapse this, try and cap this. That's Noah going down! Noah's down! And there's a Reef Slider on the side of FTWin. Goth is in the backfield. It's only Biscuit left alive! And that is the craziest spin of events I have ever seen in a winner's finals. PXG going to grands for SuperJump 6.
Wow. That's all I've got is just wow. The level of focus centered towards the zone as we get towards the end of the game, and the decision making too of the individual players. That's the thing, is that the mechanics of PXG are not necessarily what gets them to this level. It is their decision making. It is the fights they elect to take. It is the fight that Gray took in order to get that one onto Biscuit early, sneak super far forward into a position where he knows the enemy pencil is going to be, and instantly take him out, creating a colossal advantage for PXG at the beginning. And then all that's left is continue throwing your strikes and Booyah Bomb on top of the zone as things go along. Finding a second pick onto Biscuit at some point in that game further delays FTWin, further prevents them from playing the game they want to play. And then there at the very end, the real thing and the reason why FTWin was not able to set up a convincing hold at the end of that last map was Jordan running towards the enemy spawn. All of FTWin forced to turn around to go answer for the slosher they know is behind them. And all of a sudden, they can't move as far forward. And the specials that are about to come out are no longer have to be used towards their own stack to retake that, but instead can be thrown towards the zone. Just fantastic play and decision making from PXG across the board. I tell you, I mean, you made the comment on it looks like Area Cup. It looks like PXG is playing some fantastic high-level Japanese Splatoon.
It really is. And the fact of the matter is that Soldier literally conditioned that moment in Inkblot during that moment where he was in the enemy plat and was able to turn the game completely on its head. That was what turned that around, right? Like literally because of that, using that knowledge in the back of his head to say, if I do this, they're going to turn around and I'm going to give my team a chance to get in. That is the level of decision making that is going on inside these players' heads, and it is incredible to see. But K-Bot, I think we are going to be taking a very short break, and when we are back, we will have losers, semis, and it's going to be a lot of fun action. Stay right here, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Top 4 of SuperJump 6. Once again, K-Bot joined by Magic. We just watched PXG get into Grand Finals, trying to reclaim their trophy, go for a 2P here of SuperJumps 3 months apart. They, of course, just beat FTWin. But the two other challengers left in our top 4, Oro Jackson and Moonlight. I think this Oro Jackson roster is incredibly interesting, Magic, because this is a team of players who have been around the block multiple times before, but also haven't been around recently, but also are doing incredibly well in this tournament.
It's really fascinating, right? Because there's so many good players, right? There's so many players that you have to keep track of, right? That eventually some will, if they're not up, if they're not showing up in some capacity, they're going to kind of drift to the background, even if they don't lose any skill at all. But then they just go full force into making a full comeback, and you're like, oh, right, yeah, no, these are some of the best players on the planet, and you have to respect them. But it's hard because then you just have to readjust. You know, you're trying to figure out their habits again and everything. But it's been a lot of fun to see, and I for one love it when everyone just decides, yeah, this is the time to come back and to make sure that everyone who can be here is here to prove who is the best.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun to watch. Like I said, when we first started our block, I really think the European scene is grasping for something to look towards, right? And I think this is the tournament series for them right now that they have. Of course, some of the North American teams are opting to go do whatever they need to take care of this week before the official league starts here in the near future. And so we don't see everyone that has showed up here from the North American scene. Milky Way, notable absence so far, and there are others, of course. But in this case, like watching Europe be like, no, we still got it. You know, you all might have questioned that we weren't around, but no, we're here and we still got it in us. We'll see how this one goes into Moonlight. Of course, North America's sweetheart of Moonlight is this roster. And known for their very slow play, especially with Shadowwind on the Tenterbrella, Nolan opting for 96 gals most of the time. I'm really curious to see where the option is made, because over the course of the day today, they have been playing with Basil going to leader on occasion on specific stages. I think I'm very curious to see what that iteration of this composition is going to look like for Moonlight and how they're going to be able to navigate it, because there's a chance, I think, where that exact composition can get pushed a little farther.
And here it is, right? This is exactly what you were saying. This E-Leader and Zap with the Mint Decavitator to put out just as much pressure as they can, right? And there's only 2 bombs, right? But that's what most teams are running for the most part. And there's a lot of good forward pressure, but not a good ton of ways in for the most part, right? You have to be very particular about how you approach. But if you're getting snipes like that, Basil, then I guess that she could just do whatever she wants in terms of approaching. Already looking like she's moving way forward, up with the front lines to put on a ton of long-range lethality. And this is looking like exactly what Moonlight wants.
Yeah, I think that was 2 quick opening picks, especially Basil's opening onto Toady. Taking down the 52 gal on the opposing side was critical. Now, of course, Nolan going to get taken down with the Kraken, and it's a 2-gun situation for Moonlight here overall. Omega's going to pop out and find a trade, but even still, Oro Jackson comes back into control of the zone. To your point, though, Moonlight doesn't really need to push the advantage. They're very used to slowly and methodically grabbing space back, not really having a full, true hard engage like other teams have in the past. And I think as they've continued to develop and gel as a roster over these 2 years, they're really getting everyone on that same page. And I'd like to see that so far, but that doesn't answer what they're going to do now. Finally, Promoto is going to get taken down here, and Moonlight's going to have an opportunity to go towards the zone. But with the Kraken running out, something else is going to have to find its mark here for Moonlight. Otherwise, the game might be over before it really gets started.
And you saw that when Oro Jackson decided to try and flood back in, they took that weird like bottom left approach when everyone else was on the stack trying to put that forward pressure on, but Moonlight's not doing the same thing. They're just trying to go from their own stack and trying to put as much pain as possible on this comp, on this zone. It looks like they were able to maybe do something about it. Fermano decides to jump in, dive on Shadow, and is able to take it, but goes down. Shadow was like the only painter there, and I have no idea how they were able to still paint after that entire skirmish. But Basil and I think it was Nolan were able to just solidify and say, we're still here, we can take this zone. Crazy.
They'll take what they can get here, of course, but Moonlight's really going to need to get a lot more done. You see Nolan start creeping up on this left side. Another one goes down. Waybricker down here as well. Tony is marked on this right side, and Basil's going to be looking right down there as well. But again, no real space bought for Basil, and so the second that a crab tank gets popped out, going to be forced to back on away. But this is actually decent position for Moonlight here. A lot of the specials coming out before the zone. Nolan goes down. It's Kit Kat getting taken down by Basil, but Basil's going to get taken down at the same time. Omega dives in on this right side, splitting from the team, but even still doesn't go in to go down. Now is going to get taken down. And right before Moonlight's able to find the lead, Oro Jackson will take the zone back.
They've been doing a great job on the side of Oro Jackson at maintaining and taming this Kraken, which you really have been starting to hear a little bit more about, I feel like, in response to this crazy special, that there's a potential to keep it at bay. But this is really showing the full power that you can just shut it down if you get the right chance and you have the high fire rate. And so Nolan's really gonna have to make sure to watch out for that Splash-O-Matic before going in there, and is able to at least find a couple there, a couple picks with the help of Shadow flanking in from the other side. Fermano left alone on this zone. He's going to have to try and go home alone. He's going to be able to not get anything there. All in all, I think Moonlight is poised here to make sure that this goes in their favor. They're sticking it out and putting a lot of pressure on Oro Jackson to consistently do well and make good plays.
Omega is waiting so far back right now, might be looking to make a play. Now it's going to get spotted out by the whale and get taken down by that very whale. Nolan's popping the Kraken in response here of all the specials that are coming out, but now gets trapped in the bubble of Permano as Permano dives in. Basil's going to be forced back on away. There's no pressure onto the zone right now for Moonlight at all. Someone must be there. Omega is there somehow, one way or another. Is going to get located by the rest of the team of Oro Jackson here and finally taken down. 50 seconds left to play. Moonlight's got another opportunity, but with just how far forward Oro Jackson is going, you know they're going to try to push this to its fullest advantage.
They're going to push it to the fullest advantage, but I don't know if they're going to be able to capitalize to the fullest extent. Shadow did not grab the cooler there. Is going to go back and find it. They've got the cooler, which means they're going to be able to take this fight without much risk, and they're going to try and dive forward. You can see the call-outs, you can see the pressure and the damage coming through. That's 3 down on the side of Oro Jackson. The zone going all the way over. Finally, this Splash-O-Matic that has been crazy is taken down, and they're trying to solidify all the way here. Toadies, though, is able to find 3 on the side of Moonlight, and there were a couple players that I think were cooler in K-Bot, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
It probably won't be here with all the members of Oro Jackson around the zone. They are able to fend off Moonlight and able to continue taking care of this one here. First game on the board. You know, the thing here for Moonlight, in the way they were set up for that one, I would have liked to have seen a little more. They were set up really well, and Basil was often in a fantastic spot, but I feel like Omega was so far back, waiting for if somebody was opting for the flank angle, I assume, trying to cover for that. But I really would have liked to have seen Omega pushed up farther with the rest of the team, continuing to poke around and buy space for Basil's leader to make it so that Basil could be a little more comfortable rather than just having to flee at the first sight of danger.
I really do think that from watching Moonlight before Splat World Series and then seeing them now, what the main thing that I see is there's so often a desync, right, with their super far forward player that is Omega and then the rest of the team. And it's so hard when you're like the only person that's able to consistently put on that forward facing aggression, that immediate frontline, I'm the one taking bullets right now aggression. But if that's going to be causing issues, then you need someone else to be doing that. And that's why I think that they sometimes still go back to that tent umbrella so that Shadow can help and take some more of the aggression away, right? Take some more of the aggro from the other players away, right? Because otherwise, it's a timing thing for Omega, and I don't think that his timing is perfect as it needs to be. You can look there, right? 8 and 10 is not a perfect scoreline, right? If you're the skirmisher, it's fine, but Nolan's able to get 14-8. You know, Basil only went down one time that entire match. There just needs to, like you said, a little bit more.
Yeah, again, like Basil had great pressure on the stage, just didn't have it for quite long enough, right? And that I think is the key difference here in what I would be looking for, especially playing this comp as Moonlight. Now, though, seeing Mahi Mahi as the selection for their own counter pick, I wonder if Basil's going to stick with the leader here. I could see the tent coming out, but I also think you want to stick with the leader, continue to have like the most oppressive range in the video game.
If I remember correctly, I think against FTWin they did go with the leader comp here.
Okay.
I don't think they went Tentabrella because I was like, oh, no Tentabrella on Mahi Mahi. So I think that's what they're going to try and stick with here. I think that's why they were focused on it as this counter pick. But I think on the side of Oro Jackson, what I'm most interested in is Pramano, right? Because Pramano is one of those players that like you hear the name again and you're like, oh, right. Yeah, no, Pramano's like disgustingly good, right? And on this very, very important piece of the puzzle that is the Decapitator, I feel like he was making some weird decisions and was kind of just like not being as hyper aggressive as I usually seen from Pramano. So I'm just curious.
Gaster's curse strikes again as Pramano gets taken out early thanks to Basil's leader. And again, I think that was also Tony going down. And that means 2-down situation. Moonlight gets more space. Tony goes down again. Now another Yeti taken down, not by Basil's leader, but by someone else. And Moonlight looks to be pretty strong here, but also doesn't have the same level of space that I wish they could have had. Pramano dives on top of the bubble, and suddenly they're 2 down.
And the 2 down, but Nolan's gonna try and dive. The craziness that was trying to camp that jump and not realizing it was gonna lead to a charge slash, that's so unfortunate, but at the same time, such smart play from Pramano. Able to dive away, and now Oro Jackson in control once again, and they've got the specials to maintain this and try and wait until the water drops so that they can get a full-on full-court press.
Very aggressive cooler position from Shadow there, and doesn't look like Moonlight was able to cap on that. Then he goes down in the process, so is going to be able to respawn back through here. 2 down now, though, for Oro Jackson. Moonlight can't quite move forward, and now again, Shadow gets taken down on this left side. The cooler's not going to be an option for Moonlight for a moment. Even still, 2 down for Oro Jackson. Basil's going to take down KitKat, and suddenly Moonlight has the zone. But again, how much further forward can they really push the issue here? Where is Basil going to be able to get set up right now? Doesn't look like much of anywhere, as more chaos is coming on this left side of the stage. Tony is continuing to swim around. Nolan and Basil both here. Nolan trying to stand his ground with the Kraken. Meanwhile, Omega taken down in the process, and Oro Jackson continuing to run things here.
That's a good pick from Nolan, right? Finally finding something with that Kraken. Getting some undeniable pressure and able to turn that into this push. That was exactly what they needed here. But you could still see Toady is gunning for Basil. I think that's been kind of their play when Basil's on this leaders. We need to get her out. We need to make sure that she cannot feel safe and sit here and pepper us with shots. I think I also want to see a little bit more movement and different angles from Basil in the long run, but we just need to see that from Oro Jackson that they either get her out or are completely separate from her line of sight. So I think that's why they were able to get that zone cap right there.
Able to do so for the most part, but now, of course, it looks like Moonlight was able to get set up into a decent spot. The bubbler goes out, Basil's able to come out, and then the second the bubbler gets taken down, Basil doesn't have as good of a spot here on the stage and doesn't have the same level of impact. Now, how is Oro Jackson going to approach this? Oh, Pramano was trying to dive in, gets taken down. Nolan finds another one here, 2-down situation, and Moonlight's going to go for the advantage. Now, last one jumps out, and Moonlight looks like they're poised to take the lead. Can they find the knockout here? Oh, Promano taken down once more. I think Nolan's gone like 3 or 4 incredibly long-range picks. Basil finds one again here as well. Promano jumps in, and the wipeout comes through. Moonlight was able to snowball all the way to the end.
That was a nice little drip pick. We love to see the celebration. The guts come out from the players. They knew exactly what they did there, and they were very happy about it. I really want to see that kind of confidence from Moonlight going forward. They know that they can play at this level. Sometimes they need to prove it to themselves. And I think that that's the key here, right? Like that's how they feel, right? Like they are the underdogs, and they enjoy being the underdogs and having that kind of scene sweetheart mentality, right? But that poises themselves to not feel like their play is what's propelling them. They need to be confident in that, and I think that that's what they're finally showing here. Okay, what are the stat lines?
Well, I think so on that counter pick to begin with, the longer range that almost every player on Moonlight has allows them to set up crossfire no matter where they are on Mahi Mahi, right? No matter what angle Basil is taking, almost always Nolan's going to be able to find a way to set up the crossfire. Omega has an angle to try to approach on the decav and set up a bubble in order to help all of that come to fruition. And so when they're able to control the stage that effectively, I think they're able to team up and continue taking care of business. Now, of course, when Oro Jackson is going for broke at the very end, trying to throw everything they have towards the zone because that's all they have at the very end of the stage, I think it's very easy to pick off one by one as that one develops. But now counterpick comes through. It's Rainmaker. Undertow Spillway here. Definitely want Basil off this leader.
I think this makes sense. I think this is great for Promano and Toady. I think this is a frontline, such a frontline centric map mode, right? A frontline centric stage in Undertow Spillway. And this last game, Toady got completely shut down. 0 whales, 4 KA, and 10 deaths. And I think this is the exact opposite of what that's going to lead to, right? Like Barnacle and Dime had, you know, very specific, you have to fight each other kind of tight hallways, and Undertow is kind of the same way. And I think that Toady likes that and is going to be able to use the whale most effectively here. And like you said, this is gonna force Moonlight to maybe shift off and try instead to use the Tentabrella, try to use the Splat Charger Splatter Scope instead of the E-Leader. I think this is a smart pick.
Looks like that is in fact what's going to happen. It is the Splatter Scope coming out here, and that's the other thing I think underrated on the Inkvac here of all things, right? For Rainmaker in particular, I think that'll certainly help out. And Omega switching over to the Wiper as well. Toady taken down early yet again. Every single start of a game, Moonlight finds an early pick. How will they be able to translate this into a huge advantage? Omega in position. There's one on Toady. Yeti's next to follow, but is able to escape somehow. And Shadow's going to go down with the Rainmaker. What went wrong?
I have no idea what went wrong, but I know what went right for Moonlight is that Rainmaker shot bounced off of the crab shell and killed Toady on the jump in, and now they're able to find this. They didn't lose their positioning, right? I think it was just a kind of everyone went down except for like 1 or 2 players on Moonlight, and so they're able to continue this push, trying to dive towards Toady. Here comes the Kraken and the vacuum, and that I didn't even see Shadow move all the way forward there, and Nolan is still making plays and pressure and is going to have to continue fighting. And Promano, Basil jumped in and grabbed it out of the chaos. Nolan knew exactly what he needed to do and trusted his teammate to grab the Rainmaker, not just saying, oh, I need to dive and get this. Knew there was a bomb there and just decided to keep fighting. This is why you don't take Moonlight to Rainmaker. I was like, yeah, it's smart, but come on. Oro Jackson, what was that?
I mean, I will say, perhaps part of the decision or part of the things that we should have taken into consideration is that the North American team is more likely to be more practiced on the other modes right now that are not splat zones. I think that could be very well part of it, where Moonlight is talked about this particular stage combination here. Nolan 7-1 in that short of a game. Shadow went down twice with only one cooler, but it doesn't matter when Nolan's able to run the game just that effectively, and Omega is constantly in a position. I mean, the skirmisher role was very true there with the amount that Omega was able to disrupt the general flow of traffic and prevent Oro Jackson from really feeling very comfortable at all, continuing to keep up the pressure for Moonlight.
I know a lot of teams that struggle on Rainmaker Undertow and Undertow in general. Like they just need to watch that game. That is so like bread and butter for that map mode, because it's so easy to get lost in the chaos, but it really is as simple as, yeah, as soon as you get a pick, just go left and, you know, make sure to clear out that bottom left area, and then you're basically guaranteed to the checkpoint, and then you just gotta throw your specials at the choke point, and then you move forward, right? I mean, it's no different from Scorch. Speaking of Scorch, Oro Jackson, once again, just deciding, yeah, we want to just beat Moonlight where they're gonna counterpick us the next time anyways, right? That's a great strategy.
Maybe they have some idea here. I mean, you don't know. You know, Pramato able to dive in off the right could be helpful, maybe. But yeah, I mean, again, right? Like, this stage has been picked so much today across the board. I feel like we've seen it on stream like 20 times already today, alone, let alone whatever stream was like yesterday. But I think, to your point, Moonlight has the game plan here. It's probably still sticking with the splatter color screen. It's probably still sticking with Omega on the stamp. And those two specials alone are huge adaptations that Moonlight can just instantly make, plug and play, and call it a day. It worked for them in the last one. Why doesn't it work here?
And I have to wonder, right? Like, yeah, they can't pick zones, so they have to pick something else. I guess they're just trying to figure out where to go next. I'm still hung up on this. Right, like that's what I would have thought. Like something, anything that's a little bit more bread and butter than like literally the thing that players are like, no, we do not want to see Moonlight here. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and guess and cause any more controversy. Let's see if the Splash-O-Matic that is Yeti can force some good long-range pressure on the Greats and on Basil.
Yeah, or who gets picked off first here by Basil's Charger, as we've seen multiple times so far, but it does feel like Oro Jackson's ready for it this time. How about Yeti on this crab tank? Look at that on the far right side, already applying pressure. Pramato and Toady move so far forward, and this has really opened up the stage with Toady taking down that jump out of Omega. KitKat, though, taken down on the back line. Basil comes up with two, and the wipeout soon to follow. Any momentum that it felt like Oro Jackson had was very quickly squashed with how Moonlight was able to back on away and line up the shots to hit him.
I don't think they made full use there. I think that Basil should have been up on top faster instead of just trying to throw down those plans, but I understand they wanted to get the score, but they could have had a bit more pressure here, but I don't think it really matters in the long run because there is just, yet again, two down on the side of Oro Jackson. Moonlight is completely not even left this upper area. And even though it's Basil versus Pramato here, I think that it's still in Moonlight's favor. Let's see them score once again. The Kraken comes out once again. The jumps keep coming in. And K-Bot, what do you do if you're an Oro Jackson right here?
Have to find some way to get some displacement special down there pronto, but it doesn't really feel like they've got a lot to do that. Just try to set up the bubbler underneath the basket, try to get the crab tank firing down, but you're instantly going to have something else shooting back up at you. But the last thing you want is for Pramato to keep diving. Every single time Pramato has continued to dive on top of Moonlight, they've been able to clean him up. It's so far ineffective, but finally some breathing room here for Oro Jackson. They've got two power claims to their name, but again, Pramato gets taken down into the sea of orange ink, and Moonlight is controlling the game.
I think that Oro Jackson is seeing red right now. You don't see Toady going for farming the whales. You don't see Yeti trying to get these crabs out as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, and it's letting Moonlight continue their steamroll. Finally, we're seeing some amount of presence and pressure and paint in mid, right? Those whales coming out, but it took 2.5 minutes for them to really get any kind of footing after that initial play.
Mega getting taken down there on the crab tank from Yeti. Now perhaps an opportunity here, but here is the Ink back. Can Promototype far forward enough? No, not at all. And goes down once more. The specials get popped out of the counter from Moonlight, and they have shut down that push in its tracks. Even still, Oro Jackson has maintained both power clans, and now might be looking to make a push happen as Moonlight stepped a tad too far forward. They're 3 down here, and the barrier has been broken.
Barrier broken. That means the clams start flowing in. There's a lot on the side of Oro Jackson that just haven't been picked up or haven't been realized yet. Omega's in the backfield, and they're trying to get at least a little bit of the pull of pressure away from the basket, but Toadie's deciding to follow it up, going all the way into Basil's behind. That's another power clam. Oro Jackson with the push of a lifetime. Was that 100-0?
I think so. Nearly. Yeah.
Good gravy, Batman. That was... Where did that come from? Oro Jackson decided that it was... They had all the tools that they needed in the middle of that game.
Yeah, couple keys, I think, to that one. Cycling their specials was incredibly important. Yeti popping that crab tank to enable Toadie to go forward to, again, not stay underneath the basket, but continue displacing the members of Moonlight, preventing Basil from really getting set up on that charger, suddenly means that they're going to have the ability to continue keeping up that pressure, right? Then you see the bubbler go down, and that actually stabilizes right underneath the basket. Even though they didn't really need it, it was kind of just for good measure, given by the fact that nobody from Moonlight was around because they were all so effectively cleared out by Toadie moments before they came back in with the rest of the clams. It was so well executed, having 2 members go back and 2 members continue to fight. They knew they had the tools, and they knew they had the execution and how to do it. Maybe Moonlight needed to turn their attention closer towards Yeti, but I also think that crab tank might have been out of reach, and suddenly it's a Game 5 situation.
I take it back, I guess. I take it back. I don't actually take it back, but we'll give them that one, right? Oro Jackson had a great string of execution, and ultimately that's how the game is played. That's what matters. And now Moonlight gets their counter pick, and it is in tower control instead of clam blitz. I think that makes sense considering how the last game went. And I wonder if they're going to try and do like a E-leader on Macomart Tower situation. I think that's what they're going for.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I mean, certainly if Basil has stuck with the Chargers for this long, I don't think Basil is switching off that. I don't think we're going to see Shadow go back over to Tent, even if Mako's one of those stages where it looks okay maybe for the Tent umbrella. But I think they're really liking the way that this Charger has looked and the way that when it works, how Moonlight's able to play around it, I think is really critical at the moment. And I also think, like, I actually mentioned this to Nolan after Riptide. I was like, hey, I don't think the 10th Brill is going to cut it. I don't think the 10th Brill is going to crack top level. And I know Shadow wants that. Trust me, I know. If there's anyone that wants to push that weapon, it is him. But at the same time, it's too inhibiting for what the team wants to do. And if they're able to get set up around something that has such the presence that an E-leader does, I think it can be that much more critical. Here we are, though. It's Game 5 in losers semis.
There's no early pick this time on the side of Moonlight. I should have held my breath. Commentator's curse, and that's already 2 on the far right stack. Oro Jackson loves these flank plays, but I think Moonlight's finally getting a little wise. There's 3 down, and even though Cooler is finally down to the side of Oro Jackson, it might be too little too late because Moonlight has put up all of the stops and all of the presence and all of the pressure, and even though they have a few going down here, they've got the jumps back in. This is about to be a great showing for the members to put on the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it looks like things are going to get set up for Moonlight well, but even still, they might have maintained some level of presence, but it's not quite looking like the game is won yet. Toadie's got some other ideas now being elusive on this left side. Nolan's going to try to dive on top of Toadie with the Kraken and now gets taken down for it with another member coming in from the side. Promoto once more diving back towards this Moonlight side of the stage, pushing up this far right side, and now electing to go on back. I think this is the kind of play that Hermano wants to make. Continue to run around, continue to be a threat, and just continue to poke. Hasn't been able to do that with just how long range the members of Moonlight have been so far, and is often shut down. Now wasn't paired up with the team, and Moonlight collapsed on the tower.
And they finally collapsed on the tower. They did a great job there, right, of ditching the Goon Squad idea. They were able to focus on Hermano getting a little bit of presence on the far side. They were able to put out the bubble on the tower. They were able to do what they needed to do on the certain areas of the map that needed to get controlled. But Moonlight was able to at least maintain their composure, and I think that really, this is something that we said in Splat World Series, and it's something that we're saying now. It is all up to Moonlight for them to, in these tense situations, in these kind of struggling scenarios, to just hold themselves accountable to each other and to make sure their nerves don't get the best of them. And I think that they're managing to do it here, K-Bot, because look at this. Basil's in the good position for an E-leader. Shadow's not getting too far ahead of himself. Nolan is playing to that wall and is playing for this Kraken. Barely going down, but I think that the rest of the members are in a good situation. I don't think it's the end of the play.
Well, Basil hasn't been able to hit a shot quite yet onto anyone of any impact. Nolan's going to pop the Kraken here, trying to buy even more space. But meanwhile, Basil's running away at the moment, and Nolan's gone too far forward. Can't retreat with the Kraken in tow. 2 down now. Omega comes up with 1 as Moonlight continues sticking around the tower, and maybe the scrum is going to continue around this tower. But even still, such a back and forth at this point. No team has found true stability here, and we're 3 minutes into the game.
3 minutes into the game, right? Not even close to that second checkpoint on either of these sides. Finally, Moonlight able to inch the tower forwards, or Jackson just let it get a little bit out of their sights for just a second. That was Moonlight getting the lead back. And honestly, I think that they kind of lost their footing. All of a sudden, there's 2 players here in the backfield, but I don't know if that's what they wanted or needed. They've got 2 specials up, though, and there's 2 players down on the side of Moonlight, so maybe it is. All of a sudden, this is completely flipped on its head, and Oro Jackson is looking to completely gain control of this match. A crazy flick shot, jump shot from Basil is able to take down Kit Kat, huge, important member, and now Omega's able to dive in the backfield. This is exactly the kind of opening that they needed. This is exactly the kind of reason that they have Basil on this charger, and it's why they bet everything on it up to this point. K-Bot, there's 1 minute left in this game, and it is Moonlight in the driver's seat.
The pendulum keeps swinging back and forth. The moment that Oro Jackson's able to come up with a successful dive play is the moment that they're shut down with a shot hit from Basil. What feels like the shot heard around the stage or around the market as it is. 40 seconds left to play as now Basil's looking for yet another. Oro Jackson on top of the tower. Omega's trying to take back control of that opposing stack, and another shot connects. 2 down now from Oro Jackson, and it does look like it's Moonlight's time to shine. Bubble goes out on top of the tower. There's the wall outs as well, as Moonlight has to find a way to clear out this tower at some point. It doesn't feel like Oro Jackson's coming with that much of a presence, but even still, they've got to make a move now with the number of players that are around. It's 2 down. Shadows on top of the tower. 10 seconds left to play. 3 down situation. There's 1 more, and the wipeout comes through. Moonlight advances on to losers finals to go up against their nemesis one more time.
I cannot believe the discipline from Moonlight. They said, we don't need the Kraken. We don't need the charger shots. All we need are 2 bombs perfectly placed on either side of this tower, and it doesn't matter what the enemy team is going to do. They don't have the tools. They don't have exactly what they need to prevent those bombs from preventing them from jumping on the tower. That was beautiful execution of ideation of their win condition, and in that split second they were able to execute. That is the kind of play you need to see at the highest level, and Moonlight has stepped up into it.
Tell you what, if Moonlight keeps playing like that, there's a chance that I think they'll do pretty well against FTWin as well. Now with a little bit of wind in their sails, a little bit of momentum, I think of any team, Moonlight is so momentum-based. And I think that win especially is going to help them out immensely as they continue rolling in here. Taking a look at that last one, again, shutting down the dive from Primano and whoever else wants to follow Primano in was critical. I think if they do the same thing here, they will be very successful because Sam's going to do the same thing, Kyo's going to do the same thing, and Hexen are going to do the same thing. If they're watching out for that and they set up the crossfires, adapting to the range that they might have, I think this can go to their favor. And of course, the matches historically between these two teams have always been incredibly tight in recent months. Of course, earlier today, it was a quick 3-0 for FTWin. They said, not today. Hexen's coming back with a vengeance. But again, momentum, winning their sails. FTWin's been waiting. I might expect the first 2 games to go to Moonlight. Will they be able to close it out?
I also wonder, right, because I don't know if Oro Jackson's dive was fully realized, right? Like the ideas were there, but I don't know if they ever truly got that full execution where the whale was out and the crab was there and Primano was in and the bubble was there. Like for that Clan Blitz game, they were able to get it and execute on it, and it was exactly how they won, right? But if they're only getting that once a set, that's different from FTWin that's able to actually get that pretty consistently, I think is the difference. And I want to know if Moonlight can withstand that this time around, because in that first set that these two played, it wasn't even close. They were still picking leader. They were still having this ideation of, we're going to put the bombs out. We're going to have Nolan that's going to be poking around, right? But unlike this set that we just watched, where there was a lot of forward pressure and early pressure from the members of Moonlight versus FTWin, they're not getting those initial picks. They're not getting that first opening in that neutral state. That's when FTWin is going to be putting the pressure back on, and then Moonlight's going to have to try and climb back. And I think that sets a very different tone and pace to the set that Moonlight has to either find a way around or adjust their play so that they can get that for themselves.
Who is going to be able to adapt first? Is it going to be FTWin being able to stick with the strategy they had ahead of time? Or is it going to be Moonlight able to slightly change their game plan for what the next thing is here? And yeah, I mean, that'll be largely what happens for these two teams that certainly know each other, but do they know how each other is playing today? In this next best of 5, it does not leave a lot of room for error.
No, it does not. And I'm sure that these teams, right? I mean, we started around what, 1 o'clock. These teams are probably gassed.
Buddy, if you think they're gassed, if they're gassed, they've got another thought coming with the next 8 months of league play. But, 8 weeks of league play.
Well, but that's what I mean, right? Because I don't. Did these two play in the ladder yesterday?
No.
Okay.
They did not.
Still, it's been a long tournament. They've had a lot of game 5 sets, right? Both of these teams. They're gonna need to try and just buckle up one more time and try and find their way into grands, but like just sneaking around each other. I'm expecting that FTWin's going to come out of the gate swinging, actually. I think that Moonlight is going to have to try and figure out some way to get another set of wind in their sails to convince themselves that FT... Like, again, it's just they've got a mental block right now. They've been playing a lot. They finally are feeling confident in themselves, but FTWin's going to shake them up a bit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, certainly true. The one level of reasoning I have is typically the team that waits does need a game or two to warm up, regardless of what they were doing, whether it was solo queue, not quite playing kind of with your brain off, just continuing to try to keep your hands fresh, or whether it was taking a break to go get a bite to eat real fast, which evidently Omega has done between the last match and this match. We're getting word. But even still, right? There's usually a game or two where that warm-up happens. And if Moonlight can keep the pedal to the metal and punish FTWin just like PXG was doing earlier, I think there is some level of success, especially in these first 2 games. I just question, how replicable is it for Moonlight? They can always find one match. They can sometimes find 2 matches. Can they find enough to get them into grand finals here today?
I'm curious what the starting stage is, because I actually think that that's going to have a really big impact on how this set goes, right? Because it's going to determine the counter picks, it's going to determine, right? And it's kind of interesting, right? We've been questioning the counter pick strategy from Moonlight especially, right? Like, why are they picking zones? But it makes sense because it's forcing the later games to go towards the ones that they're comfortable with, right? Like, just like we saw with Oro Jackson, right? They picked a zones game, and then all of a sudden, like, Oro Jackson can't go back to zones, right? Like zones has been used twice. Like, they just can't even touch it anymore, right? And now they're forcing things into the long run to be in their favor. So I'm wondering if FTWin is going to try and maybe figure out some map mode that they have that's going to convincingly go in their favor, that they can counterpick, so that they can use zones later or something along those lines.
We'll see. The current hover before a lobby error was Hagglefish Market is game one. I don't know for sure. I don't know confidently that's the one. I'm just going with what I see off the screen. Okay, maybe. Oh, no, we're not going to see the stage. Okay, there we go. Stage is coming up. Yes, okay, it is Hagglefish Market. Thank you, production.
Can't confirm.
Can't confirm. That was correct. So I think, like, to that end, if you're talking about this stage in particular, Basil's Charger can play a huge role if it's set up properly and space is bought for it. On the flip side, there is some level of creativity that Sam could have, sticking with the vanilla Splatana Stamper, going for the Zipcaster, and diving on top of Basil. Also, I'm very curious to know what other counterplay might happen over the course of this one. I don't actually know if Kyo is going to prefer the Dreadbringer here for this one, or if he might try to prefer something else. I imagine that Kyo's the one that is going to flex around, but I don't know to what, especially if it's in response of trying to find another counter to a Charger. Like, the answer could be Frozen Pro. I don't really want to see it.
No, I think Biscuit is going to completely stick to Pen this set. I have the hunch of hunches, right? Like, especially after how everything went against PXG and everything. I don't see it, right? I think that they're gonna want it fresh for Grands. This is probably what they're thinking. And so I think you're right. I think they might go Zipcaster. I think Sam's gonna go Zipcaster. I think that Basil might pick V-Charger to go for Vac, not realizing that Sam is gonna go for the Zip Splatana.
Not on zones.
You would think, but I feel like Haggle is the one exception to, oh, well, don't pick Vac on anything but Rainmaker. I feel like this is the one exception.
I don't see the vision here.
No? You could just walk forward. You just get to walk forward through the zone.
Then you get zip-casted and you're still done.
Right, but that's if they don't realize that Sam is going to go for that.
They have to realize it, right? They have to realize it's an option that's presented.
Right.
And I imagine, I actually don't know, because I was flipping back and forth between like 5 different matches that were happening all at once. Maybe Sam pulled it out in their first match against whatever.
I don't think so. Wait, why?
There's nothing going on in Twitch. Everyone, you all think you're really funny. After Popgun forbade you from being hype, you are continuing to be hype. And actually, I'm going to bring the house down for a moment because this shouldn't be exciting.
Could you elaborate, please?
No, I won't. Because that would be more excitement.
Profound.
That's true.
Listen, there's a lot that can happen. And we just need to watch it. Right? We don't need to add to it. We don't need to...
That's what I'm saying.
We don't need to be the peanut gallery on this lovely convention of minds and of players. We don't need to cause controversy, cause chaos, humdrum, if you will.
Hey, that's not our job. The game already does enough of that.
Exactly. So let's let's find our zen here on this wonderful Sunday afternoon. We are people here together.
Tell you who needs to find their zen. It's Moonlight and FTWin, who are probably more Moonlight than FTWin, knowing that their nemesis is playing against them in losers finals right now.
Okay. All right. Are we done with that bit?
I think we're done with that bit because I do think we're readying up in the lobby. I think the weapon counter has happened. For behind the scenes, folks, there was a lobby disconnect and everyone had to get back in, and then we finally are now going for real. So hopefully it all comes through this time. But that was the slight delay, and that's the reason why we're now not talking instead of talking, because we've run out of things to talk about because there's enough set up for this.
I think that the one thing that we can talk about right now is whether or not these players and the members of the community can actually create shareholder value for...
That was the least forced. That was the least forced.
God.
Whoever made that bet, I hope you're happy. Let's go. Losers finals. It's FTWin versus Moonlight. Basil sticking with the leader here. Will she be able to find an opening pick? Doesn't seem likely, although, meanwhile, look, Omega works up the right side. Kyo is taken down instantly here, and now look at what else is about to transpire. Moonlight might have the opportunity to move forward. Shadow joining from the right side here, and it's Sam on the back foot, popping this Booyah Bomb, trying to force something to happen and come through here, and Sam is gunning down Basil. There's the pick that was needed, and FTWin maybe has a chance here, but even still, it's going to be a scrum back and forth over top of the zone.
I mean, either way, FTWin found a wedge, and that is the last thing that you want to see if you're Moonlight, right? Because you're trying to play slow, you're trying to play solid, and the fact that within the matter of 20 seconds after getting a really clean forward moment, a forward play with Omega, they were able to find their way back in. That's not what you want to be seeing. That you're not going to be feeling good about this if you're Moonlight, and you can see it in the play, right? Ever since that moment, FTWin has been in control. There's been a lot of orange ink on the floor, and this is specials and cooler ready for a hold for FTWin. And Moonlight needs to find a wedge of their own. It looks like Basil is going to be the one doing so with 2 clean picks, K-Bot.
And now you see Nolan go forward in the Kraken. Does have to be careful here. Actually looks like able to take down 2 and stays alive with the wall going down there as well. Moonlight has been escorted through by the Kraken. And now Basil's in position here to try to find a jump shot. Nope, not that time. As the rest of Moonlight is continuing their forward. Tricky little wave breaker position. Meanwhile, Kyo dives into the reef slider. Basil's going to shut that down immediately after it happens, meaning that FD wins 2 down with very little to show for it. Make that 3 down with very little to show for it. Moonlight is continuing to play on the defensive side.
I think that you're maybe onto something, K-Bot. I feel like this is not the FTWin we saw a few games ago, where they were clearly at an exceeding caliber. I feel like they're disconnected. They're using specials in weird places at weird timings, and they're not quite finding everything that they need to put on the pressure that they're used to. But Sam is finally putting on that forward aggression, making sure that these players cannot sit in comfy spots. And this is what they need to do in the long run if they want to shut down Moonlight.
It took FTWin 2 games of PXG blowing them out in the last series that they played today before they really woke up and brought it back to a Game 5 situation. I expect that could be the case here, but it'll look a little bit different because it'll look like Moonlight is fighting tooth and nail to pull it back through. Meanwhile, FTWin control of the zone. 15 ticks of the timer here left to go. And all of a sudden, it's their game as Omega and Nolan are coming through from the backside. Actually, FTWin goes 1 down. That's Hexen, and the Pete comes on top of the zone in order to cap it at the last possible second. 2 members of FTWin down to follow, and it's Sam dancing on this right side for his life.
Once they timed that perfectly, Shadow was able to collapse and help them on the zone just at that last split second to get the paint down that they needed without, and because of the chaos, was able to walk forward to there. This is perfect, and now it's only 30 ticks left for Moonlight instead of FTWin, who was previously in clear control of this game. The Reef Slider is going to have something to say about that, but I don't believe that was coolered. And now, FTWin trying to find a corner to hold. Biscuits trying to dive forward. I just don't know what they're trying to attempt here. They're going too many down too often. They don't have the penalty to try and play like this, and now Moonlight's in position to completely box them out.
Here's Basil again, bought with plenty of space. Shadow going on the side, but now Hexen challenges the leader, and Nolan gets taken down. The Booyah Bomb is thrown towards the zone, which allows for the cap to come through, but FTWin now has gone 2 down without Moonlight actually going many down at all. They've just backed on away, which has allowed them to take back control of the zone instantly here. The Cooler's about to go down out of Biscuit. We'll see just how much further pressure that FTWin's able to go for. They're looking for one more clean away of the zone. It's going to come down to this here. Joe's got the Reef Slider at the ready for the cheese here, and Hexen's on the top pushing away. Here comes the Reef Slider. It's going in. There's the cap. Is it a little bit too early? No, it isn't, because it's a wipeout for FTWin, and FTWin holds on to the first game.
I cannot believe that that is how it ends, because it was Moonlight's to win. Although, no, never mind. That booyah.
No.
Okay. I was so convinced that they had dropped the ball, but FTWin is playing mind games, I think, with Moonlight right now. That was crazy amounts of pressure on the zone that was not solid, right? Like, they were making their way forward, capping, backing up, making their way forward, capping, backing up, and somewhere along the lines, that cycling allowed them to find the spot where they were like, oh, here's where we can actually get some ground and get some footing and allow Kyo to get all the way in. And at that point, there were too many down, so that it wasn't able to get stopped. It wasn't able to get punished, and that was how you needed.
Well, great work from FTWin, holding on to that one and coming up away with it. I will say, I think like there is some level of adjustment, right? I mean, Moonlight can't just play the exact same way that we're playing versus Oro Jackson, but I do think there is some merit as well to trying to find that. On a different stage, maybe Moonlight will still have it. I imagine probably thinking about, to your point earlier, Magic, going to Splat Zone's Mahi again, shutting down and having that extra range on the tight quarter stage that's going to allow them to be that much more effective. The only thing I would worry about, of course, is Kyo's Reef Slider. We've seen the zones cheese time and time again, right, over the course of the day today. And it's something that I imagine that Moonlight is going to be maybe also a little worried about. So maybe they won't be as willing to go back there, but yeah, it seems like it was their first counter pick for a reason.
I think in this situation where the Reef Slider did cause them so much chaos, especially during that first set that these two teams played, they're not going to go for it this time. I feel pretty confident, especially after the last set, that they're thinking, no, all right, we could do Rainmaker, Undertow. Like, yeah, it hasn't worked out super well in the past, but I think this is the time to bring it out as our bread and butter counterpick, get some wind in our sails, and force FTWin to try and find either a clan blitz or a tower control, and then we're set for the rest of the set. I think that's what they're going to be thinking, but obviously they could just go back to Mahi and say, we're confident with the leader. We're confident with our original strategy. Oh!
Robo Ramen. Are they thinking the tent is better into FTWin?
They can't.
Or are they just like, maybe they just like trying to play front to back here?
Oh, maybe that's more so what they're thinking. Or they're trying to combine the two, right? Like maybe they're trying to actually go for the E-Leader tent.
No. Who's going to play cooler? They need a cooler, especially for Omega. I don't think they can. They're just going to give away the cooler. I don't think they're running. They are. Listen, Magic, if they haven't run coolerless yet today, they're not doing it here. I
hear you. I do. Maybe Omega has like a pocket zap or something. I don't know.
No. Come on now.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
You're cooking too hard, Magic. This is losers finals.
I never said it was good or bad.
Yeah, well.
I think that you have a good idea here, and that maybe the tent umbrella will prevent Kyo from reef sliding too often, right, could put the blocker in the way, literally, physically, to prevent them from capping the zone. No, I don't think they're gonna go tent. I don't know.
They didn't, Magic. It's on our screen. They didn't go tent. Omega's gone back over to the Wiper, which is perhaps a little bit more interesting. Again, maybe thinking for the Ultra Stamp a little bit more on this front to back. And Kyo's back on the horns for the double Crab Tank here. Interesting not to be opting for the Reef Slider here. Early 2 down, though, out of Moonlight. They are already storming the bases.
Storming the castle is Moonlight, and they're going to be able to make sure that it is not a storm, that is simply a squall. This is already so much potential chaos and frustration on the side of FTWin. Okay, Dylan with the tech, that's crazy. This is exactly how I want them to be playing, right? Confident, moving forward, moving together as a unit, and not just trying to work around weird play times and timings, right? And Omega being on the other side, trying to make things work with the Wiper. I really think that this is Omega's weapon. And he's been showing that it is so good and so strong and so powerful, especially in that haggle game, right? Like, still on that Wiper, still just trying to do what he needs to do with a weapon that is fast and furious.
Now, though, FTWin's turn. Sam in the zip cast, looking deep into enemy territory here, trying to find something at all. Finds one onto Shadow, and Basil is still scrambling here on the back lines. It's enabled Kyo to come up and join the party as well. Meanwhile, someone from Moonlight takes back control of the zone. FTWin's penalty is applied and stalled out. Now, Omega comes up from behind.
No!
Finds 2 suddenly. And all of a sudden, it's right back to the hands of Moonlight here. Omega on a very wide angle right now, looking to try to get something done here while the rest of FTWin is pressured. There's the hammer toss. It finds 1. 2 down situation here, and that's both of the Crab Tanks down, which means that FTWin doesn't have a tool to get back into the zone. No one's going to pop this Kraken, continue to stall out, dive in, look for something more while the rest of FTWin rotates around the rest of the stage, but they have to make a play here very quickly if they want to stay alive in this stage.
They do, and they're going to be able to find it. That's the Zipcaster, that's the Crab Tank on the zone, but Sam goes down, and that's still too much yellow paint for FTWin's comfort. Kyo's finally on the zone, is able to put down some burst, but is going to go into the Crab anyways instead. It is going to try and find picks instead of trying to paint, and Sam is able to do so as well. They're finally able to put enough pressure to back up Moonlight so they can get things on the zone. Even though Omega's diving forward, this is crazy. Can I also just say, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Remember how Jordan was the one that was behind FTWin and forced them to turn around and screw them over the last time they played PXG? This is exactly what Moonlight is going for this time, taking a book out of PXG's book.
We'll see if it's going to be successful for them, though, because there's still 2 minutes left in this game in order to turn this one around for FTWin. They still have control of the zone, and while Kyo's Crab Tank might be shredded, even still, FTWin is in position to continue being a threat. Jumps away again is Omega, and Basil is trying to peer over the wall, but is getting pressured by Kyo. What else is happening here? As Shadow's now continuing to mop up the floor. 2 down on the back lines for FTWin. That's the cooler. Shadow picks up yet another one here, and Moonlight's in position to come roaring around the corner. Although Shadow gets taken down, not able to move up very far forward at all. Basil's already forced to retreat, and Sam is running after the leader on the other side.
I think that this is exactly what I wanted to see from Omega. For months, I wanted to see the actual off-angle aggression, pull the aggro away without sacrificing the pressure. And that's exactly what he's been doing, and Nolan's able to put on so many more Krakens, is able to put on so much more aggression because of it. Look at this, already pushing them forward, and is able to allow Shadow and Basil to follow up. Even though Shadow has to jump away, this is still a winning fight for Moonlight, and that's a wipeout, and there have the base with only 50 ticks left to go.
have to hold on to this now for 40 more seconds. Sam going down early is a huge start to that. Joe's going to get traded down, but Shadow is taken out critically. It looks like the cooler was already down ahead of time, so that's good news for Moonlight to the saving grace. Meanwhile, starting to see the jumps away. Basil's going to be the next one pressured back thanks to the crab tanks already coming out, and there's a shot right on top of Biscuit. I don't know if the cooler actually, no, the cooler did go down for FTWin. 15 seconds left to play. Sam's back in the Zipcast here, trying to find something to get towards Basil in the air, trying to go over top of the wave breaker, but it's not quite enough. Omega gets taken down. Nolan's gonna take out Joe. That means that one of those crabs is down, and Moonlight takes the game over FTWin here in losers finals.
And this is exactly what we expect from these two teams, and I am shaking with excitement. This is so good. I was so disappointed, if I'm being honest, with how it turned out last time. With just a quick cleanup, I want these two teams to be enemies. I want these two teams to think of each other as their rivals, and this is what we need to see to make that happen. It is Omega doing everything that he can. It is Basil popping off at the right times. It is Nolan utilizing these Krakens in the right ways with so much perfect aggression in order to manage it. This is what we need to see.
18-2 for Shadow, 13-1 for Basil. Those are some winning KAs there. Again, protect the president when Basil's playing the E-Later is the name of the game. Can you build up the space? And most often, Basil wasn't playing as aggressive to the point where the crab tanks were going to be a threat. The crab tank is just slow enough where there's enough time for Basil to be able to adapt. That's one of the reasons actually why I was curious to know whether Kyo was going to move off to something that could better counter the leader. I'm thinking V-shot, quick and simple, pop the Zuka, it's going to go down almost instantly. But doesn't seem like that's something that Kyo's even thinking about right now. And instead, it's FTWin going back to everybody's favorite, tower control on Inkblood Art Academy. Woohoo!
I think what we're about to see is Hexen switch to V-shot and Kyo switch to the V-slosher. I think that's exactly what we're about to see, because I feel like Hexen is just so much more impactful when those Zukas are coming out and putting on that kind of pressure instead of trying to dip and dodge and roll around. And Kyo needs to just change up something, because as much as his Dreadringer is doing, there's a lot that it's not doing. And I think that's the key.
Hexen could even think about Rattler.
Okay. Bringing it all the way back to 2016. I see you.
Well, I mean, hey, if it ain't broke.
I mean, it's
Zuka.
It's Zuka, right?
It's Zuka into an E-Leader. Tale as old as time.
I mean, we saw it in SWS, right?
Yeah, I mean, but like, genuinely, I do think FTWin needs something to shut down Basil. That's the name of the game into E-Leader Cops. I think everyone is afraid of the E-Leader for the presence that it has on the stage. You have to pick something that can shut it down. And right now, FTWin hasn't quite found that answer, and it doesn't look like they're pulling out as drastic of changes as we're talking about Magic.
No, it does not. I agree. They need to find something, and maybe they think it is the Ink Strike and the Booyah instead of the Zipcaster, right? Like maybe they're thinking that it wasn't working last time. We just need to go with our displacement, and we need to just fight the way we've been fighting that has been working, that we did to slow down Moonlight the first time. And so they're going to just stick to their old bread and butter. You know what? If that's the adjustment that they need to make to feel comfortable, to feel effective, that's fine. But sometimes it's not about comfort, K-Bot. Sometimes it's about understanding what's better and what's worse.
Oh, and Basil finds the punish onto Sam there. Unfortunate spot for the Booyah Bomb. Didn't displace Basil at all, and gives enough time to line up the shot here. Now Kyo dives forward. Surprise! Nolan gets taken down, and suddenly Moonlight is 2 down here. FTWin clawing back in the mid.
And one thing I want to talk about too is that it really has been 9 years between Hexen showing at the world as deadbeat that NA is a force to be reckoned with, and right now it has been 9 years of him being at the top of his game, playing at the highest of levels, And I think that that's something that's really special and something that I think could be a crazy kind of statistic, right? What other player has been winning as early as 2016 and has been winning as early as recent as 2025?
Gray, to that point.
Well, yeah.
But Gray, who awaits the winner here in Grand Finals, but nonetheless, chaos and pandemonium strikes. Omega comes away with 2 against FTWin, dives forward looking for Hexen, but Hexen holds his ground, looking for one on top of this stack here on the right side. The strikes are coming out, the crab tank soon to follow. Basil pushed further away, but nobody's infiltrated plat for FTWin. Now they're starting to make a play, and 2 go down, actually on both sides. 2 versus 2 now as FTWin continues pushing this tower towards this left side, but with Basil set up here, something's going to need to go for bats before the tower can clear around this elbow.
And this is, I think, the map mode that really, the stage that really specifies why Frozen Pro is being picked the way it is with this FTWin comp, is because you can just do so much poke and chip and AoE damage, especially with all of these displacement specials, these wide specials. You can force people completely back. There's nowhere that they can go. You either run into a Booyah or a Trip Strike or a Slosher Shot or a Stamper Flick or the AoE of the Rapid, and at that point you just have to go backwards. And I think that that's the idea, and that's why it wasn't working when they were using different specials, when Kyo was on the Reef Slider, when they were on the Zipcast Stamper. And I think that the difference is really showing through here.
Basil dives, or Kyo, sorry, dives on top of Basil, takes down and will trade out his life for it, but even still, that's probably a play that you'll be happy for if you're FTWin. Shadow's backed on away. Hexen gets taken down as Omega comes up with 2. The Ultra Stamp is out here looking for a third, not quite able to happen, but Moonlight's able to clean up one more, and Sam will be forced to jump away. Moonlight maybe has some momentum here, but they don't have any specials to their name right now, so they have to be very careful at how they choose to approach the enemy side of the stage.
Here comes Moonlight. Here comes Moonlight. This is exactly what they want. Is Omega forward and Nolan in a different spot, and they're able to just work around each other's pressure to put on so much advantage. Oh, that could have been gorgeous from Omega, but that is at least is the lead and probably the checkpoint for Moonlight if they could just hold on a little bit longer. That was, oh, I felt it. I felt it in my bones that miss is just so hard to deal with.
Perhaps hard, but even still was able to distract for long enough to secure Moonlight the lead. Now, though, it's a 2-down situation. FTWin is coming right back to it. They've got a handful of specials to their name here. One gets taken down, though, as Hexen is going to go down. And now, here's Nolan going on top of the tower, trying to shut down the push. Sam taken down on the front lines here as well. And FTWin is going to be forced to try to regroup. Will Moonlight be able to hold on to the middle of the stage here? Oh, one popped out against Nolan. That was Hexen. Takes down Nolan. Suddenly, it's 3 down for Moonlight. This Kyo's going to charge towards Basil once more. The strikes get thrown her direction. And with 12 seconds left to play, FTWin is making a move. They've got plenty of space towards this checkpoint. Shadow tries diving for it. Nolan is scrambling. Everyone from Moonlight is scrambling. And they can't come up with a cohesive plan and an answer for the tower. FTWin now is on match point.
How did they get 3 down? We were watching Basil's POV, and then all of a sudden you see all 3 of her teammates just go dark, and I just they were doing so well. They were winning so many of their fights. They were putting out the paint that they needed to work around FTWin's aggression, and then all of a sudden, all at once, it's gone. That was bizarre. I need to watch that back. I have no idea what happened.
I think that's the risk for some of, like, the way that, for example, that Nolan was positioning. Often, Nolan's job was to try to make sure that nobody was flanking from FTWin, which was a good idea because, as it turns out, FTWin wants to flank all of the time. That is literally in their team name, is basically what that boils down to. But nonetheless, if they continue to keep up that pressure, there are going to be times where Nolan doesn't have the time to react because he's taking a slightly more aggressive position, hugging up against the edge there on that right side. And if he's there constantly, FTWin knows that he's there constantly. That's why Hexen's able to drop down, catch him by surprise with a very quick time to splat on the dualies. And suddenly, that's one area of defense down. Then you zoom out and you look towards the other side of the stage where Omega and Shadow are trying to team up, but without the stamp, it could be very well the case that very quickly the rest of the chip damage of Splatana plus Slosher takes care of business, and all of a sudden you're 3 down with nothing to show for it. I mean, average E-leader experience is basically what that boils down to, is Basil watches everyone go down.
And usually she was in positions to manage that, right? To at least trade out or find some way to at least put the laser pressure on, right? But in that situation, it was just a perfect storm. She had to back up, everyone goes down, and now Moonlight, like you said, tournament point for them. This is it. And now they're going with tower control Mako Mart, which is how they took advantage and defeated Oro Jackson, and they're gonna try and do it again here, which is crazy to me. Crazy that they're convinced that this Mako Mart is going to be able to do it for them. Because if you're FTWin, you're thinking this is your playground.
I mean, Kyo probably thinking that it's his playground after playing Slosher for so many years, but even still, right? I think the leader plays a huge role. Any stage where the leader has such huge sight lines is going to be where Moonlight's going to try to go, and I think this fits that bill, right? If they can properly shut down some of those extra corridors and flank angles that they're trying to do to protect Basil, I think they're going to be just as successful here, and that must be the way that they're thinking as they look into this. Omega sticking on that wiper, not for the defensive capabilities of the decav and the bubble, but instead for the offensive pressure that that stamp can draw out. Seems like everything else is about the same, and Moonlight is on the ropes.
But I think that we're starting to see prime form Moonlight. I think that they've figured things out. They know exactly what they want, and they're able to try and just follow their execution. Even if it doesn't work out in the long run, I think that they can say they put it all out there. And we're going to have to see if they're able to manage it. Here comes FTWin, though, to force them to prove it. Hexen is able to go down off screen, and Sam is backing up. The members of Moonlight are showing that this is not over.
Not over at all, especially as Omega can continue capitalizing on some of those jumps away from FTWin. Sam taken down here as well. Suddenly Basil maybe has a little bit of room to work with. The strikes come out, forcing Basil away once, but even still, plenty of pressure is built up here for Moonlight. Booyah Bomb gets thrown down to beat Nolan, taken down inside of his own wall nearly. But in the interim, 3 members of FTWin go down. It's only Kyo alive, and Omega is starting to push the issue. Hexen drops, though, able to surprise Omega, and suddenly any momentum Moonlight might have had is squandered.
Light has at least a little bit of special presence here, though, from Nolan, and is going to be able to at least create some diversion. And the members of FTWin aren't doing too hot either. This is still just Scrap City, and someone needs to become the mayor, or else it is only going to be just continuous fighting execution mechanics, and I just don't know if Moonlight's going to be the one that's going to come out on top in that situation. Here comes Sam. This is exactly what we've been saying. The Prodigy, the mechanics, the support that is needed to put this player on top. And this is exactly what FTWin has been able to do throughout the set.
Booyah Bomb thrown down to Basil allows for even more space for FTWin to continue getting bought. Sam gets taken down, but even still. Oh, actually, Biscuit jumps away. Maybe FTWin doesn't think that this one's going to hold out for much longer. Hexen tries to go for a pick onto Omega, not able to find the trade on the exit. Even still, Sam has just dove right back in, continues to be around here, continues to poke, and keep Omega at an arm's length away, right exactly where the Splatano wants it, and takes care of business. The Booyah Bomb gets thrown once more to the top side, right in front of where this tower passes through, and it looks like FTWin is really controlling the pace right now. Kyo in position, harassing Shadow on the front lines. Omega's trying to dive from behind, but FTWin knows that he's back there, and likely won't be much of a play at all, as Hexen has backed on away to engage with that. Meanwhile, Sam is on top here. Shadow comes all the way around. It's 3 down now for Moonlight. FTWin pushing to get back to Grand Finals. Go back up against PXG, exactly where they want to be. Booyah Bomb is out. Disperses Moonlight. They respond in just enough time to try to hold on top of this checkpoint, and it looks like they will, with both Kyo and Hexen going down. But there is 1 minute and 45 seconds only remaining in this game. Moonlight has got to try to pick up the pace now, because to your point, Magic, the constant scrapping and mechanics seem to be going to the favor of FTWin.
And I just don't know if Moonlight is going to be able to compose themselves enough in the long run to do this with this short amount of time left. I feel it. I feel that their nerves are there, and that they're not playing consistently together, that they're not playing consistently with each other, that they're not activating what they need in their brains to feel like they can win this. They need to just come together right now, as the song implies, and focus and be in this moment without feeling those nerves.
Shadow throws the cooler, immediately goes down on top of the tower to a splat bomb. 50 seconds left to play. Nolan taken down with the Kraken as FTWin collapses. It's 3 down against Moonlight, and there's only a few members of FTWin still standing, but even still, they've got specials to their name, and they're ready to shut down any push and momentum that Moonlight might have in their tracks. They have to come up with a miracle play here, but it doesn't look likely at all.
Oh my gosh, Sam knew that Basil was there, was going to be eyeing for him, but ends up going down anyways. Hexen in the crab, and is going to be trying to just put on the brakes for as long as they can. Kyo has strikes, and I believe that Basil knows that and is going to try and find the picks, and so is Omega. They're trying to dive forward to try and get any amount of presence they can, but here come the strikes from Kyo. That's a little bit early. I don't know about that one. This is 36 left for Moonlight. They need to try and get on the tower, but there's too many bombs. The echolocator goes down, the wavebreaker goes down. The Rava Biscuit is able to at least get something there. The Booyah Bomb goes down. Rava's there. Everyone's there. Moonlight is not able to stay on. There was too much pressure from FTWin, and that is going to be dominance from FTWin one last time to send them to grand finals of SuperJump 6.
Once again, Moonlight. So close. So close. It looks like there's promise. It really does. And I genuinely think that this look for them is going to be better overall. But at the end of the day, you cannot rely on a push at the very end of the game with just how much can possibly get thrown towards that tower with the strikes, with the Booyah Bomb, with the rest of the other bombs that can just get thrown there. There was never a safe point to ride that tower at the end of the game. FTWin knew that, and the objective awareness secures it towards the very end. So don't read too much into that last little play. I really think what did Moonlight in was the 3 minutes of the stage, the first 3 minutes, where they just continued fighting, and there was never any setup push from either side, because to our point, right, we probably are thinking right now that for the most part, it is the members of FTWin that have the slight mechanical advantage in 1v1s or something of the sort. And if that's the case, they're probably going to come out on top. They did, in fact, come away with it.
Yeah, I need to sit down after that one. That was crazy. That
Aren't you sitting right now?
And what if I'm not? Aren't you standing?
I am standing. Thanks for noticing.
Anyways, I think we're going to take just a very brief intermission so that the players can have a little bit of time, so that we can have a little bit of time to rest our voices. And we will be right back here on Inkling Performance Labs with SuperJump 6 Grand Finals.
Can FTWin get their first Super Jump? Find out on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in SuperJump 6 Grand Finals, and we are Magic 8 Ball and K-Bot. Thank you so much for joining us, and this has been a ecstatic series of matches that we've been able to commentate so far, from Winners Finals, which is the match that we're redoing right now, to that great losers run by a number of very talented teams. But K-Bot, wrap it up for me here. What have we seen in Winners Finals, and what are we about to see right now?
So I think the key here, at least for top four, as it has been so far, is that I think a lot of these teams are closer than they were 3 months ago when the last SuperJump came through. I think PXG pretty quickly kind of got into, Grand Finals, got into winning the event overall. And this one, they've had to struggle a little bit. They went to Game 5 versus Oro Jackson, which I actually thought had the potential of beating FTWin as well, but they were taken down by Moonlight. So everyone in this top four kind of has, struggled against one another, which I think is incredibly healthy and means that there's not one team that is a real significant favorite. Now, with that in mind, when PXG can play the game they want to play, it is nearly lights out. They play to a level of perfection and discipline that is so impressive to watch and is so infuriating to play against. Every player that has gone up against them is like, what am I supposed to do? There's a slosh coming for me. There's strikes coming for me. There's a blaster coming for me. You have nowhere to run or hide when you're playing up against PXG when they're playing the game that they want to play. And so it took FTWin a couple of games to adapt to that in Winners Finals. They went down early, 0-2, like, again, lights out fashion. One was 100-0 knockout really fast. The other was a really long push for PXG, and then they just played lights out in mid for the second half of the game, where they were trading and nothing happened. No momentum and forward presence was able to come through for FTWin. We'll see whether or not FTWin's going to be able to come out of the gate strong, especially because PXG has been waiting since the last time that those two played, about, an hour and a half ago or so now. So again, there's that mentality to it. But I think both of these teams entered the tournament and expected to be here in Grand Finals playing against one another. There's no real surprises there. The real question is, for so long, there has been a denier on FTWin for the, 4 years now that SuperJump has been in existence. FTWin and Kyo specifically, despite Kyo having entered some tournaments here on different rosters, pickups, things of the like, they do not have a SuperJump title to their name. They're trying to change that today.
It feels like there's just always some kind of weird international cosmic team like rejuvenation that happens around SuperJump, where FTWin just isn't able to manage in the long run, right? There's too many threats. There's too many crazy teams that enter, or there's one team that's just a crazy super team that just shuts everybody else down. And I think that it's kind of the same thing here, right? It's PXG, this team that has been lights out for so long that no one can seem to push through. And FTWin's gonna try and do it here. They were able to manage some portion of it in Winners Finals, but here we are in Grands, K-Bot.
One thing that I will say about these two teams going up against each other is that PXG hasn't been consistently practicing as a roster together in the past month. Gray's been playing with Milky Way to go for Riptide, and in Sengoku, it was that team that was playing, not this team. So while the players are all familiar with one another, they haven't necessarily played the same advantage, and now already it's FTWin coming out of the gates, guns a-blazing. It's 3 down already for PXG as FTWin gets the opening laugh on Mahi Mahi Resort.
Well, K-Bot, let's just say I would love to be here for a while, but if FTWin is able to do this, they're going to be here for a while. At PXG, even though they will have moments where they are showing some weakness, showing some blood, it is not going to last for long. And here they come already, zone capped, picks coming through already. Even though Kyo was able to get a couple of funny reef sliders, it's not going to be enough in the long run. They're going to have to do it again and again and again. And here comes Noah on the ground. able to start getting some shots and push them away.
Given a moment for PXG to find their groove. I'm sure they will in a moment here, as now the Teta Missiles team up with the extra chip damage off of Noah's pencil. But even still, the rest of his teammates went down already. Noah forced to jump away in the true Anchor's plight. And all of a sudden, it's FTWin once more, control of the zone, trying to buy even more space. But I love to see Biscuit back on this pencil. He was a little hesitant to go back to it in the last one versus Moonlight, but here it seems like the answer into PXG.
It does, and I believe that it's making a huge difference, right? Because now it's not just going to be Noah running the show, right? That 30 KA game is not going to repeat itself because there's Biscuit, who is one of the most talented players that this scene has ever seen. If nobody remembers how dominant Biscuit was in his prime. And this is making a huge difference, right? Now, PXG is not getting all of these massive breakthroughs. There's a huge turret in the way that they can't seem to break through, and that is Biscuit. I think this is going to be the key difference. As you see here, FTWin has so much more room to work with as they're trying to break back in, as they're trying to poke around, and they're doing it right here. They've got the specials almost online, and they do have the cooler at the ready, which is, again, allowing them to just give a little bit more breathing room. PXG is able to hold out for a little bit longer, but this is going to be his own cap, and FTWin is trying to fight back.
Kyo going in with the Reef Slider, just making sure that the zone doesn't get out of control too quickly. Is basically that was probably willing to give away his life on that particular play, just trying to get that penalty up and make it so that PXG doesn't continue extending the lead much further than where it is, because FTWin's in a really decent spot right now, taking down Goss, and now with the opportunity, just 10 ticks here to take back control of the lead, although here comes Gray, and I think that was a double from him. Biscuit forced to jump away, and PXG is right back to it.
I love how Kyo is still staying and fighting, though. I think that's so important. FTWin feeds off of having these moments where they can bait these players forward and have Kyo end up getting a playmaking kind of scenario. And so I think that we need to see more of that. I think Kyo is doing a good job at recognizing that that's what needs to be happening. And even though this Reef Slider is going to be what he's going for most of the time, there's going to be downtimes, and that's when he needs to step up. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. As you see, the members of FTWin flooding the lanes of this stage of Mahi Mahi. Kyo's able to run forward, is saving the Reef Slider for when he needs it. And even though PXG is able to back up and have these specials around, I really do think this is a new and improved FTWin that is fighting them.
The interesting thing so far is that Kyo has saved the Reef Slider for every possible zone cheese that there is in existence. I don't think he's using it at all to push around the members of PXG. Maybe FTWin might need to rethink that now as they go 3 down at the moment. Biscuit, last one up, maybe allowing for a jump or two to come in. And the missiles come out here as well, right on top of Biscuit, forcing him to swim away for a moment. Here's Kyo looking for a play on this right side, immediately collapsed on, and the reaction time from PXG is a huge difference there. They're going to hold on to the lead for the moment, but now FTWin control the zone. Here come the strikes back the other direction. 2 members of FTWin going down as Kyo is down there as well, and the penalty will be reapplied. Hexen trades, but even still, PXG feels like they're at a decent spot, but it's 30 seconds left down to the wire, and Sam's the last one up. All the rest of the members of FTWin go down, and PXG will extend their lead.
Extending the lead in 20 seconds left. This is do or die for FTWin. Although not for their tournament run, this is at the very least what they need to be doing, thinking of in the situation. But that's Sam getting picked off by Gray, who is saying, I am here, I am the expert, the veteran, the one who has been doing this the best for the longest, and you cannot just get away with anything. I am here, and I'm about to win my next super jump in a row. You need to do better than that.
Just Gray. Now all I'm thinking about is like Gray sitting next to Biscuit and just being like, you need to do better than that. Or Sam, the up and comer, just sitting down on the bench being like, son, you need to do better than that. If you want to knock me off. Yeah, again, the frustrating performance versus PXG. Gray's running at you. Jordan is running at you. The strikes are out. You can't get control of the zone because Jordan's always throwing the strikes for the zone. I mean, what are you going to do, right? There's so little that you could try to do. Not even to mention, we didn't even have to say his name, but he had the presence on the stage needed. Noah, 19-5 on the pencil after 5 minutes of play. That's what you need. I mean, what are you going to do versus this team? You have to find some strategy to split them apart somehow to an insane degree where they can't possibly help out each other at all. And at this point, the way that PXG is playing and the way that they're able to play with each other, the Reef Slider isn't even fast enough to surprise them.
No, it's not, which is crazy, right? Because the entire thing is like, oh, the Reef Slider catches people off guard. The Reef Slider is able to cheese. It's able to, but it literally, it does nothing. It just caps the zone, maybe. And if it doesn't, if they decide to go for a pick or something, like it's just crazy how much like you said, the reaction time from PXG is what's really setting them apart. They were able to just say, oh, okay, this is happening, let's do this. It's effortless. It's crazy to me, just as someone who's played the game for years and years, who has struggled with this exact thing, right? Like, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's something that really only comes along once every few years.
Yeah, certainly. We do see Tower Control Ship Shape. FTWin has preferred this historically. We'll see if they're able to come up with it again, because this was actually, I believe, the stage that they first won on in Winners Finals. It was Game 3, and that one this time picked first by FTWin. We'll see whether or not they're able to equalize the score here, because remember, FTWin's got a larger mountain to climb, given by the fact that they're coming from the losers bracket. They'll have to win not only this series, but the next one as well.
And that is a tall order for anyone, but especially for FTWin right now, who's needing to find a way to break through and get at least one game from PXG. Because, I mean, Goss on this Zuka has just been shutting them down. I mean, look at this. It's forcing Kyo to play weird on the grates and not in the great position. Is going to be able to get called out because of it, right? And that's just because Goss had a Zuka at the ready and was able to fire it in the general direction of Kyo. Here, the Booyah Bomb is able to just completely separate Sam from the rest of the team, and Noah's going to be able to pick that off, right? It's just these perfect placements. It's the perfect understanding of how to push and separate and manipulate the movement of the enemy team that is otherworldly from PXG, and that's why they're making this push right here.
I will say, compositionally right now, PXG has got to be thinking, pucker up, boys, it's crab for dinner tonight, because with the Booyah Bomb, with the strikes, and with the Zuka as well, they're going to have an answer for every single crab tank that FTWin has, even though they're running double. And I think compositionally, it's PXG that has the advantage, and they are continuing to steamroll already down to the second checkpoint. Delayed 3 down here. Biscuit's able to find 1, but they're not able to clear out much of anything. And Noah is even on this left side with the pencil and playing an off angle, trying to be surprising. Another 2 go down. Noah's in position. The Booyah Bomb gets thrown to support Noah, and the tower's going to come back through with Gray and Jordan in fantastic position. Crab Tank's going to come out, and finally there's no answer for it, meaning that maybe this is starting to stabilize for FTWin, but it's 2 minutes already bled off the clock.
And I think that's really another thing that PXG is doing so well, is they manage to just force their way into time advantages. For whatever reason, it seems like every time FTWin gets a hold of something, they need to climb uphill, and they have so little time to do it. Because they just know exactly how to keep extending, how to cycle, how to force Kyo into the water. And Goss is able to at least manage this here. I think it's finally a turning tide for FTWin, but Hexen really needs to be careful. Diving over in this enemy territory, he's able to jump out, but that's the kind of play that we need to be seeing, and that is so hard to pull off when you have these constant, aggressive special usages from PXG.
Seeing that continue to come through. Another Booyah Bomb, this time from FTWin, but even still, PXG collapsing on everything. The delayed wipe comes through, and Hexen jumps back in, trying to find one for the road here, is able to do just that. Kyo tries to play aggressive, but also gets taken down. Gray is going to get traded back out, and again, we're reset to neutral, but 2 minutes left to play here is all FTWin has, and if they want to get their momentum going, they have to start sooner rather than later, and it looks like they might have here with a 2-down situation, although one goes down thanks to Gosuzuka, and once more, a special comes in to shut down FTWin.
Right, but if you dive forward too quickly, you're just gonna get swatted away, right? Like, it's not like they have the exact mechanics to perfectly match PXG here, right? It's very obvious at this point that PXG is just winning more fights. And so because of that, they need to temper their timing. And because of that, there's just time that gets bled off the clock. It's insane how PXG is able to just manage all of this while also still maintaining their excellent execution. I cannot describe to you how difficult this is for FTWin here. It's almost impossible to deal with. Finally, this looks like there's something breaking through, and there's 2 members of PXG going down, but Gray is still on this tower, and Jordan has trip strikes, and there's jumps coming in.
Yeah, Noah's right back to it. Jordan is there. Noah's going to get taken down. All right, Gray gets taken down. Maybe finally an opportunity, and in fact, Jordan will decide to jump on away. But once again, another minute eaten off of the clock by PXG. This is the only push that FTWin has to try to make something happen, and already they're using one of their crab tanks for it. Joe's forced to just ball away, though. Doesn't have a lot that he can get done, as instantly everyone from PXG is on top of it, trying to shut it down completely. And a Booyah Bomb comes out here as well for FTWin. But again, it feels like they have to do everything perfectly while PXG presses a single button to shut down their push. And there's 15 more seconds left to play. It's overtime. 2 go down, 3 go down. It's only Biscuit left up, and it's PXG on top of the tower. It looks like that'll be the way things close.
I genuinely don't know what else to say other than maybe FLC had a point. Maybe you can lose the game at weapon select. I mean, genuinely, like that was awful to witness. That felt so crazily lopsided against teams that we saw in winners finals. They were able to fight each other very well. Like it's not like this is a huge mismatch in skill, but that game looked like it was only ever in PXG's control.
It was either they push for the first 2 minutes of the game, then it resets to neutral, then they scrap for about a minute to just continue to, stall time off the clock. Then it's a minute left of the game. They make another push of their own all the way down to the other checkpoint on the other side, and FTWin's got a minute left on the clock. Time's going to expire. They go 3 down, and that's GG. I don't know what the answer is against PXG. I don't. I don't think anyone does, which is the reason why PXG continues to be sitting here right now. But to your point, yeah, I mean, you're playing double crab into 3 specials that do object damage. I certainly don't see the vision. I know that it can get set up, and I know that it can be successful for FTWin because they wouldn't be sitting in grand finals right now if it didn't, but it just doesn't look like enough, especially when Goss knows that's what you're going to do and switches over to Dazuka to further amplify the issue.
I'm thinking back to Splat World Series, where we saw a lot of similar compositions from that PXG is playing with right now to what we saw from a lot of the talent from Japan, right? It was very similar. It was the S-Blast, it was the pencil, it was the slosher, and then insert your favorite shooter here. And that's what PXG is doing, and it's just working. It like genuinely, that could be the entire difference. We're going to tournament point for FTWin in grand finals.
Or who?
Tournament point for PXG in grand finals of SuperJump 6. FTWin wins or goes home, and they're on tower control Hagglefish Market.
And they're sticking with their guns. They're saying, no, we'll just take it. We'll eat it. We'll be able to make this work, right? surely they're going to try here, as now it looks like one goes down. That's Jordan early that Sam was able to pick off. Goss's Aaron's Trizuka actually does find one onto Kyo, and all of a sudden we're seeing the opening scraps of the game, but actually this time it looks like it's FTWin that's got the momentum and the wind in their sails. 3 down now for PXG, and FTWin looks like they just snapped into a different dimension.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we need, right? Let's make this a game. K-Bot, let's turn this whole thing around. I'm down. I don't have much else going on for the rest of the day. Let's see a bracket reset. Let's see a full-on reverse. I'm good with that. Let's go FTWin. Whatever, dude.
They nearly did it once. Well, they'll have to try to do it this time in order just to have the right to go for the win. But at this point, they can't. 2 down for PXG, even still, with members of FTWin swarming around the tower. Joe's gonna have another grab tank to the ready in just a moment. The Booyah Bomb's gonna come out of Sam here as well. And already you see Noah in position, but Sam goes down in the Booyah Bomb, immediately shredded by the members of PXG, just slightly too far forward. And the grab tank is down. Gray pushes Kyo back on away, and suddenly Sam comes diving over the box, takes down Gray, but even still, trading his own life at the moment is not exactly what the doctor ordered for FTWin. The tower is resetting back to neutral. Meanwhile, the fight continues with PXG slowly inching forward.
And this is kind of, we talked about theoretical play like a while ago in terms of cooler versus not cooler versus, how do you need to be like cycling it? And I really do feel like this is it, right? Like PXG is just not stopping fighting, right? Like their entire strategy is we're just gonna keep rolling. Right, it's not, and not in a, oh, we're just gonna keep feeding. No, we're just gonna keep rolling. We're gonna keep forcing you to fight us and keep having this cooler online and having Noah consistently putting on pressure so that we can just keep forcing you to lose your special, to lose your positioning, to do whatever you need to do, right? And that was crazy. Honestly, come on, guys. What are we doing? What are we doing? Finally, Gray is back on the tower, and PXG did get stopped, but they're finally rolling back to getting this lead again, K-Bot.
Booyah Bomb and the Zuka going out for broke here at the moment. Not able to come up with a lot of value, even though Hexen gets taken down as he was attempting to dive forward towards the tower. 2 minutes left to play. PXG is in position. Goss sneaking forward. He takes out Kill from the backside, and suddenly it's PXG that have just opened up the stage. Jordan's gonna take another one down. It's 3 down for FTWin, and PXG is pushing for the tournament win. Goss, the Booyah Bomb, the Trizuka, everything of FTWin's worst nightmares is going right for them. It looks like they'll be able to reset here for just a moment, but here come the strikes again. Sam goes down once more. Now it's actually Jordan to follow, and actually the tower has been cleared out. PXG not able to come up with the win here, but feeling very confident with a push to 15.
I mean, it feels like FTWin is trying to fight in the enemy base, in their own base. Like that's how turned around they looked in that entire scrap. This is crazy. They only have a minute left to try and make the craziest push of their lives against a team that has been preventing them from doing much of anything on the map this entire tournament. But they have a chance here. They do. This is it. This is what they need. But they can't let crazy deaths happen like that. They need to play perfectly. They need to let every single mistake melt away. But instead, they're just letting it combine and collapse. Booyahs that are not being used in safety in mind. Crabs that are used too far forward and in the wrong timing. They just need to put it together one time, and they've got this. Can Hexen, leading this FTWin crew, push this thing to its completion?
But there's always someone behind them. This time it's Gray. Hexen's turned around and now turns right back around, met with Goss's Trizuka. The strikes come out as well. It's the crab tank here from Kyo trying to find the key to victory, but it's a yellow sea of ink all around him. Biscuit and Sam around the tower as Gray and Jordan look to collapse. Kyo is just an arm's length away, and PXG will find the repeat victory. They are your SuperJump 6 champions.
EXG, and that team is dynamite. They have been nothing if not basically perfect in terms of Splatoon play. As far as I can see, as far as the entire understanding of how to compete at this game has progressed, it's immaculate, if I'm being honest. Everything that they've done was precise. Every fight they took was exact. And every single time it felt like FTWin had some kind of opening, they just shut it down, even if it took a little while. Nothing else I can say. Truly, they are the champions.
There was also always something to shut them down, right? Especially with Goss going over to the shot, but also, in any other instance, with the level of play that we had, there was, like I just said at the end of the game, it felt like on that Haggle game, there was always one member of PXG that had infiltrated behind FTWin, set up the crossfire at a short range, and FTWin had to make a decision of, do I turn around and address the person behind me, or do I keep trying to fight forward, knowing that they're going to get me in the back? And that's an impossible position nearly in what it feels like to actually come out on top. They weren't able to successfully deal with all of the aggression that comes out from PXG, whether it's Jordan, whether it's Gray, whether it's Goss. And then, of course, you've got Noah's Lacer continuing to stare you down. Went for another 21 KA on that last game. Continues to be just a presence overall on the stage. It feels incredibly difficult to try to beat this roster when they do, in fact, come together. There might have been a slight hope, and in fact, I think there was. FTWin had some opportunities, even in that last match. They had it as well in winners finals with an opportunity there, but couldn't close it out. And this is the story yet again.
And that's... It really is, doesn't feel like an FTWin storyline. No. But that's kind of how it's been going for them for a while. They just haven't quite been putting things together. It looked better, I think, in the past few instances that they've been around, that they've been trying to get these runs together, but even still, there's something missing there. And Hexen was a big help for it, truly, right? I mean, they looked revitalized today in these first matches, but there's just that last little bit that they need to go that I think is going to take, like you said, a commitment to playing consistently, a commitment to working with each other and to figuring things out. And I hope that they are able to put the pieces together.
Let's hope. I mean, with the couple of months that are ahead, I think there is certainly an avenue forward for FTWin. I think there are compositional mismatches that we've called out that they're going to have to try to find a way to go back to the drawing board and find answers for, because the reality is I am afraid that Milky Way is going to play similarly, right? Maybe they'll have Jared continue to stick on this crab, but even still, they're going to have to deal with Bran. They're going to have to deal with Jared being aggressive even when he's on the vanilla dualies, for that matter. And so it'll be an interesting thing to follow. But for now, it is PXG that continue to dominate in the international scene. They won 3 months ago. Jordan, Noah sort of lineup has won the past 3 or 4 Sendo-Q majors, is what it feels like. This is the team that will consistently find a way to close out the tournament.
I think that about wraps it up, honestly. Not much more needs to be said. But K-Bot, do you have anything else for the people where they can find you?
Well, they can find me if they really want to follow me on Blue Sky, but that's not the important part. We do have a couple of other things to shout out. First of all, if you are in Europe, congratulations, you still have the best Splatoon team as determined today. And so everything that the North American team does for the next 2 months, you can be like, oh, we're still better, so whatever. While you are watching the North American stuff, you should make plans to go attend Octofest. It's a European LAN that's happening October 25th and 26th. It's really exciting to watch Europe get these kinds of events. I wish I could go myself, but obviously we'll be a little preoccupied over on this side of the pond. So definitely go sign up. You can find out more information by going to their Start GG page or Octofest_SPL on Twitter, and I believe likely they have a Blue Sky page as well. Lastly, remember, we're doing this all again. When this event was first announced, it was announced 4 months ago, and we've got another one still to come. December 6th and 7th will be SuperJump 7. Make sure that you're marking that on your calendars now and not forgetting about it, despite everything that's about to happen for the next couple of months. You'll be able to find more information on when signups go live on the IPL channels. Now, I believe that's done it. My name, of course, has been K-Bot. Most of my Splatoon content is on Blue Sky. Magic, can the people even find you anymore, or are you too busy with life?
Most of the time they can't find me, but the one exception I will say is I made a post recently on Blue Sky at splatbooks.inc. If you could go watch, look at my most recent post, I'd really appreciate it. There's a friend of mine who's in need. That's the only thing I'll shout out. Otherwise, yeah, I'm probably off the grid.
Well, folks, that'll do it from all of us here at IPL. Shoutouts to the TOs and everyone who's been able to put this one together. Sam Apuris has been behind the scenes on production all day today, so shoutouts to them as well, and on the spec cam for us. And that's going to do it. We'll see you back here for another SuperJump in 3 months' time, December 6th and 7th. But of course, we'll see you in plenty more to come over the course of the next couple weeks. Don't go anywhere, stay fresh, and have a good night.